Chapter 1443. Go home. Go home. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. Gu Nianji pointed the gun at her temple and said coldly, "She's bleeding so much. You can't just let her lie here. Hurry up and call an ambulance. Otherwise, I'll shoot." The man scoffed. "If I had known earlier, I would have shot her the moment I opened the door. I wouldn't have had to bother calling an ambulance." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "If she had shot you when you came in, you wouldn't have had anything to do with her now." "Ha! What do you think? If she had shot at us first, she would have been a dead person by now." The man took out a strangely shaped gun from behind him and aimed it at Gu Nianji. "Actually, I could have shot her dead when I was outside the door. She was smart enough not to fight us head-on. Experts only needed to look at each other to know if they were a match for each other. He could deal with Xiaoyi alone, not to mention there were 4 of them. Xiaoyi must have weighed the pros and cons before using the best way to stall for time. However, she hadn't expected these people to be more powerful than she had expected. "However, our goal isn't to kill her, so since she didn't make the first move, we won't send her to her death immediately." The man bowed politely. They had all investigated and prepared for this operation. They had all considered their respective situations. They knew very well how powerful Xiaoyi was. The people they had sent this time were all carefully selected. Even if Hu Xiaoheng came personally, they would still be able to fight against her. To deal with Xiaoyi, they needed to be able to defeat her in one move. They couldn't give her any room to fight back. As soon as this person succeeded in his attack, he immediately broke Xiaoyi's limbs and disintegrated her combat power. He stood there calmly. He looked very calm, but the expression in his eyes was very vigilant. "You make the call first." Gu Nianji's hand holding the gun began to tremble. She had never experienced anything like this before. When she was at the Taj Mahal in India and Cape of Good Hope in Cape Town, she thought she had already seen a lot of things. Now that she was facing these 4 seemingly amiable men, it was as if she was facing an army of thousands. The 4 of them had a strong murderous aura. When she was pushed into the bedroom by Xiaoyi, she had thought that with Xiaoyi's skills, they would be able to hold on until the people from the Special Operations Forces arrived. In the end, Xiaoyi's wrist was dislocated and she fell to the ground. How could these people be so powerful? She hid in the bedroom, and in less than a minute, she heard 9 gunshots outside. When she rushed out, Xiaoyi was already lying in a pool of blood. Gu Nianji's eyes reddened, and she yelled, "Call an ambulance." While she wanted Xiaoyi to be treated in time, she also wanted to stall for time. Xiaoyi had used her life to fight for a chance to survive for her. She couldn't let it go to waste. She had to do something for Xiaoyi. The man put the gun back on the waist of his pants and took out his phone with one hand. He lowered his head and dialed a few numbers. Suddenly, a round gold coin popped out of his other hand and hit the numbing point on Gu Nianji's elbow. Gu Nianji's arm that was holding the gun suddenly went numb. Her wrist lost strength, and the gun fell to the ground with a clatter. "Take him away." The man immediately rubbed his body and took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose with one hand. He twisted her arm behind her back with the other and kicked her gun far away. Gu Nianji quickly held her breath, but she still fainted from the smell of the handkerchief. The 3 people behind her quickly stepped forward. One of them put a hat on Gu Nianji's head, covering her face completely. At the same time, they took off the diamond earrings from her earlobes and threw them on the carpet. Another person held Gu Nianji's other arm and held her on both sides with the leader as they rushed into the elevator. The last person threw a bottle of tear gas into the room. White smoke suddenly emerged. Xiaoyi had just woken up from the pain, but she was immediately choked by the tear gas. She quickly fainted again. The 4 of them brought Gu Nianji, who had been knocked out by them, down the elevator and quickly ran to a black SUV parked in the underground parking lot. The 5 of them got into the car, and the driver stepped on the accelerator. The black SUV sped forward like an arrow leaving the bow. After the Special Operations Forces discovered that there was a problem with the surveillance cameras on Gu Nianji's side, they immediately rushed over and brushed past the black SUV on the road. 5 minutes later, the black SUV arrived at an intersection near the 3rd Ring Road of the imperial capital. There was a lot of traffic and tall buildings here. Traffic lights were hung high at the 4 exits, and the surveillance cameras looked left and right, staring in the north and south directions. When the black SUV drove into the central surveillance camera at the intersection, an 18-wheeler truck suddenly drove over and blocked the surveillance camera. When the 18-wheeler truck left, 4 identical black SUVs appeared on the surveillance camera. They drove in 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. Some of the cars at this intersection had noticed that there was only one black SUV driving over. How did 4 black SUVs appear in the blink of an eye after the truck drove away? However, they only took a glance and thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After all, this intersection was too busy, and it was the imperial capital. It was common for several identical cars to appear. The 4 men in black had taken exactly 10 minutes from the time they appeared at Gu Nianji's door to the time they took her away in the black SUV. Their methods were unusually clean and efficient, and they had taken into account all kinds of factors. They had made use of the time difference to perfection. During this time, not a single neighbor upstairs or downstairs had been alerted. This was because the privacy of this apartment was so well protected that even the neighbors didn't interact with each other. Within 10 minutes, the people from the Special Operations Forces had arrived downstairs of Gu Nianji's apartment. They had a key card and could come up. As soon as they arrived downstairs, they found that the surveillance had actually been restored. It was as if the 10 minutes of loss of control were like a system malfunction. What's going on? Is it a system malfunction? They muttered downstairs, but still decided to make a phone call to ask. They couldn't even get through to the phone just now, and they were so scared that their legs almost went limp. They hoped that it was just a false alarm. A staff member first dialed Gu Nianji's number. Not long after, the standard answer of the robotic female voice came from the other end. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please try again later. Where did she go? They looked at each other and already felt that something was wrong. As they walked into the elevator, they dialed Xiao Ye's number. Xiao Ye's number went through, but there was no answer. However, after Xiao Ye's phone rang a few times, her voice message came through. I'm in danger. Please come and rescue me quickly. This was a special automatic reply set up for her phone. At that time was tight. Xiao Ye saw that she couldn't make the call, so she only had time to change her automatic message reply. This was also the exclusive function of the phones of the members of the Special Operations Forces. Oh no! Something really happened. These people rushed out of the elevator and saw that the door lock of Gu Nianji's apartment had been smashed into a sieve. When they pushed open the door again, they saw a bloody person lying on the snow-white carpet. The tear gas in the room floated out. These people were caught off guard. They coughed repeatedly and kept wiping their tears. They quickly took out their masks and goggles and put them on, then rushed in. It's Xiao Yi. Why are they so ruthless? They immediately took action. Someone was calling for backup, someone was calling for an ambulance, someone was performing an emergency bleeding control on Xiao Yi, and someone was immediately calling Zhou Qiyuan, the leader of the headquarters base, to report that something big had happened here. Fortunately, 4 people from the Special Operations Forces had come. Otherwise, they would have been really busy. Zhou Qiyuan received the call and was so shocked that he almost pushed over the computer in front of him. What did you say? Xiao Yi was seriously injured. Where's Miss Gu? Where's Miss Gu? The man held the phone and walked around Gu Nianji's apartment. He said, "We didn't see Miss Gu. We called her number and said that her phone was not in the service area." Zhou Qiyuan's heart couldn't help sinking. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll send a large group of reinforcements. You guys keep an eye on the scene and don't let the Imperial Police get involved for the time being." After putting down the phone, Zhou Qiyuan immediately used the orange phone with the highest security level of the Special Operations Forces to call the switchboard at the Rai City military base. "I'm Senior Colonel Zhou Qiyuan of the Special Operations Forces. I have a very important situation to report to Major General Hua Xiaoheng. Please find Major General Hua Xiaoheng immediately." The switchboard saw that it was the orange phone with the highest security level and knew that something big had happened. It immediately sent someone to the Air Defense Command room to find Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Major General Hua, Zhou Qiyuan of the Imperial Capital Special Operations Forces is looking for you on an orange phone. Please answer the phone quickly." Hua Xiaoheng had just retracted his gaze from the window when he heard that it was Zhou Qiyuan's orange phone. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. He stood up calmly. "Where's the phone?" "In the switchboard." Hua Xiaoheng walked as fast as the wind. After walking out of the Air Defense Command room, he almost started running. He quickly went to the switchboard and answered Zhou Qiyuan's call. "This is Hua Xiaoheng." Zhou Qiyuan couldn't help but stand at attention. "Major General Hua, the situation isn't good. Xiao Yi was attacked, and Miss Gu is missing. She's in the third ring apartment." Hua Xiaoheng heard this and took a full 3 seconds to react. "Say that again." "Major General Hua, Xiao Yi was attacked, and Miss Gu is missing. She's in the third ring apartment." Hua Xiaoheng's mind buzzed, and his vision turned black. He had to use all his strength to stabilize himself. "I'll be right back." He didn't ask any more questions and said to the person in the switchboard, "I have something urgent to attend to and need to return to the Imperial capital immediately. Help me tell General Ji and the others. Also, arrange a private plane for me to take off in 10 minutes. Have Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi go to the airport immediately." He left the switchboard without looking back and ran back to his dormitory. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his dormitory and only packed his laptop and phone. He didn't take any other luggage and ran straight to the airport. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were also stunned when they received the news. Zhou Qiyuan's orange phone. "Oh my god. This is a huge mess." Yin Shixiang slapped his head. Let's go, let's go." He pushed Zhao Liangzi back to the dormitory and only packed his laptop and phone. He asked the orderlies to pack everything else for them to bring back. They arrived at the airport in 10 minutes. The plane was about to take off. "Wait for us. Wait for us." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi ran over, out of breath. They finally got on the plane a second before the plane door closed. When they found Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi sat next to him and asked worriedly, "Major General Hua, what happened?" Hua Xiaoheng had just spoken to Zhou Qiyuan on the phone again. His expression was extremely grim. Xiao Yi was attacked, and Nianji was kidnapped. This was today's second monthly vote of 1000 plus updates, Chapter 1432, There's Always Someone Stronger Than You. It was 2018 today, so you could still vote for your monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to Little One Kiss for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1444. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi never imagined that Gu Nianji would be in trouble again. The two of them were stunned for a minute before they said in unison, "Why is there still someone watching Nianji?" Gu Xiangwen and his wife's bodies had been buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery, and the newspapers had also published their deeds. It was obvious that Gu Xiangwen's technology and legacy had been inherited by the Huaxia Empire. Was Gu Nianji's daughter still that important to those people? Hu Xiaoheng had always been calm and collected, but this unexpected turn of events still shocked him greatly. He could only use silence to resist losing his composure. Yin Shixiang was the first to react. He anxiously picked up his phone and called Zhou Qiyuan. Zhou Qiyuan, what's going on? Are all of our arrangements just for show? Yin Shixiang kicked the back of the seat in front of him. Where's Xiaoyi? How is it? Nianji has a location. Can you find out where she is now? Over the years, the Special Operations Forces had not always been victorious. However, this was the first time they had allowed someone else to seriously injure their own people and take away the person they were supposed to protect under such strict security conditions. Not only did he lose miserably, he also lost face. Zhou Qiyuan was still able to keep his composure. He was currently in front of the operating room in the Special Operations Forces hospital building. He looked at the red light on the door that said, "Surgery in progress," and said in a low voice, "We can't locate Nianji right now. As for Xiaoyi, Chen Lai is operating on her." His wrists, arms, and legs were shot a total of 10 times. His wrists were fractured, and his calves were fractured. However, the opponent was more restrained. His marksmanship was very accurate, and his technique was also very strange. Other than the one shot on his wrist that shattered his carpal bone, the other 9 shots did not hurt his bones, nor did they hit his arteries. But she's injured her tendons and veins. Chen Lai is operating on her to remove the bullet and suturing her tendons and wound at the same time. Chen Lai had originally been sent by Zhou Qiyuan to the military base in Rai City to check on Hu Xiaoheng's injuries. After Hu Xiaoheng was fine, he returned to the capital. Fortunately, he went back early so that he could treat Xiaoyi immediately. Zhou Qiyuan paused. There was something he didn't say out loud. He thought to himself that it would be better to wait for Hu Xiaoheng to come back and let him confirm it himself. Yin Shixiang was stunned for a long time before he said angrily, "Damn it. Should we thank them for sparing our lives? These bastards. If I catch them. Don't talk big. Hurry up and come back. This time, it's more troublesome." Zhou Qiyuan thought of the scene in Gu Nianji's apartment, and his mood was also very heavy. He protected the scene and only carried Xiaoyi away. He was waiting for Hu Xiaoheng to come back and make a decision. After all, Gu Nianji was no ordinary person. She was Hu Xiaoheng's wife. On the day that Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji signed the marriage contract, Zhou Qiyuan was one of the people present, but he didn't tell anyone. Therefore, he knew how much Gu Nianji meant to Hu Xiaoheng. He hoped that his chief would be able to get through this. Yin Shixiang hung up the phone with a gloomy expression and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Chen Lai is already operating on Xiaoyi." Zhou Qiyuan said that the opponent was very restrained, and his marksmanship was very accurate. Although he shot her arms and legs 10 times, 9 of the shots avoided her bones and main arteries. Zhao Liangso was deep in thought as he leaned forward. What does that mean? Did they want to use this method to show mercy? Could it be that they won't treat Nianji too? Come on, it's already a heinous crime that they dared to kidnap Nianji. Not to mention injuring Xiaoyi like that. That's 2F** King Vicious. Yin Shixiang was filled with righteous indignation. Just like the staff members of the Special Operations Forces who had rushed into Gu Nianji's apartment, they were actually not kind people. They had used all kinds of methods outside. However, there was one thing. Their methods were only external, not internal. Moreover, everyone had their own selfish motives. They could use all kinds of methods on others, but when they saw someone use such methods on their own people, they couldn't take it anymore. They truly thought that the other party was too vicious. Hu Xiaoheng's face twitched when he heard the name Nianji. The news of Gu Nianji's kidnapping had shocked him more than he had expected. It was only now that he forced himself to calm down. Only by calming down could he think normally. He held his phone tightly in one hand and sat upright in the plane seat. His gaze was fixed on the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. His heart was burning with anxiety, and every day felt like a year. The military plane whistled and arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport in only an hour and a half. It was twice the normal time. Hua Xiaoheng got off the plane. Orderly Fan Jian was already waiting at the airport in the car. He picked up Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze and drove directly to the apartment on the Third Ring Road. Exactly 2 hours had passed since the incident. On the carpet of Gu Nianji's apartment, Xiao Ye's blood had yet to dry. It took another half an hour to get from the airport to the underground parking lot of the apartment on the Third Ring Road. Gu Nianji's apartment was surrounded by people from the Special Operations Forces, so the local police were not alerted. When Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the elevator, his expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. He looked up and saw that Gu Nianji's door lock had been pierced through, and he could see light shining through. He moved his gaze up and realized that the surveillance camera in the corridor had also been broken. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. He turned to look at Zhou Qiyuan, who was waiting at the door. "What about the surveillance footage?" Zhou Qiyuan said seriously, "The surveillance footage was blank for 10 minutes. Our people found out that there was something wrong with the surveillance footage, so they called Xiao Yi and Miss Gu. Unfortunately, they were a step too late." Hua Xiaoheng didn't go in immediately. Instead, he walked back and forth a few times in the corridor in front of Gu Nianji's apartment. He looked around and said, "Where are the others?" Xiao Yi wasn't the only person he had sent to Gu Nianji's side. Zhou Qiyuan sighed. Those people rushed over immediately. It took them less than 10 minutes to arrive at the scene, but Hua Xiaoheng interrupted him. "You mean that the other party blocked the surveillance footage, seriously injured Xiao Yi, and then kidnapped Nianji within 10 minutes?" He tried his best to hold it in, but the veins on his forehead were already throbbing, indicating that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. "From the time of the surveillance footage, that seems to be the case." Zhou Qiyuan took a step to the side. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" He added, "Nothing inside has been touched. We only carried Xiao Yi away." Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a long time. He suppressed his anger and walked in. The apartment he was very familiar with was no longer what he was familiar with. The snow-white carpet had been dyed blood red. A human figure had been drawn in chalk in the middle of the carpet. It was probably where Xiao Yi had fallen. Hua Xiaoheng stood next to Xiao Ye's fallen human figure for a while, then walked around the room. Just as he was about to reach the door, his eyes flashed, and he saw something shining. Although he had been mentally prepared ever since he heard Zhou Qiyuan say that Gu Nianji's location had nothing to do with her, his heart still sank when he saw her diamond earring lying alone on the floor. Not many people knew that the diamond earring was a positioning device. Only Zhao Liangze, Yin Shixiang, and Zhou Qiyuan knew. Of course, he and Gu Nianji also knew. Could it be that Zhao Liangze, Yin Shixiang, and Zhou Qiyuan had tipped them off? But how was that possible? If these people had really tipped them off, Gu Nianji would have been kidnapped 800 years ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. The last time she had an accident, her earring hadn't been exposed. Hua Xiaoheng pondered to himself. Although he didn't suspect Zhao Liangze, Yin Shixiang, and Zhou Qiyuan, he still needed concrete evidence to prove that these people had nothing to do with Gu Nianji's disappearance. He bent down to pick up the diamond earring from the ground and held it in his hand. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept past Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and Zhou Qiyuan. Zhou Qiyuan had seen the diamond earring a long time ago. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng would definitely be suspicious of them when he discovered the diamond earring. However, this was a normal procedure. If he were Hua Xiaoheng, he would also investigate them. Therefore, he said frankly, "Major General Hua, I can tell you all my whereabouts over the past few months. Please investigate me." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could guarantee that they hadn't done anything to Gu Nianji, and they could even guarantee that Zhou Qiyuan hadn't. However, if the three of them hadn't said anything, how did the other party know that Gu Nianji's diamond earring had a positioning function? This was too terrifying. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his grip and said calmly, "I believe you. If it weren't for you, Nianji would have left this world a long time ago. But even if you believe me, you should still investigate each other." "Yes, sir." Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and Zhou Qiyuan stood at attention and saluted. Hua Xiaoheng was still calm and collected. He said unhurriedly, "Big Xiong, Little Zhe, Qiyuan, and Xiao Yi, the four of you are the people I trust the most. I hope you don't feel burdened. I have absolutely no intention of suspecting you, but we are all in this line of work. If we investigate each other, we might be able to find new clues." Zhou Qiyuan, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze nodded in unison. "Major General Hua, we understand. Don't think too much about it." Yin Shixiang was inspired and suddenly said, "Major General Hua, this matter isn't that simple." Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes. "Of course it's not that simple. Do I need you to say that? What I mean is, think about it. Nianji is missing, but Xiao Yi is also seriously injured. At the same time, Little Zhe, Qiyuan, and I have all become Major General Hua's suspects. Don't you think that the mastermind is also targeting Major General Hua?" Yin Shixiang pointed at the cracks on the balcony glass. "Looking at the bullet marks, it should be a bullet fired by Xiao Yi. You know how capable Xiao Yi is. If she wasn't powerful, she wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed after being in the field for so many years." Zhao Liangze came back to his senses and said with realization, "That's right. Major General Hua trusts the four of us the most." He had always suspected that Xiao Yi was Hua Xiaoheng's fourth personal secretary, but Hua Xiaoheng had never shown any intention of doing so. After Zhou Qiyuan, the personal secretary, surfaced, Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang had always been curious about who was the fourth. Could it really be Xiao Yi? That would be such a pity. Zhao Liangze shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yi is so skilled. With this serious injury, it's impossible for her to recover her previous skills in the future. Even if she didn't injure her bones, injuring her tendons would be enough to cripple her martial arts. It would be impossible for her to continue being Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Zhou Qiyuan hesitated for a long time. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had taken the initiative to speak, he slowly said, "Major General Hua, I have a suggestion. Can you tell me what you would do if you wanted to kidnap Nianji from our hands?" This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1433, What Would You Do? A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 tonight, the monthly votes would be 2,000 plus updates. Mwah. Chapter 1445. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. Zhou Qiyuan was expressionless. Among the four of them, Yin Shixiang looked like he was about to kill someone. He couldn't wait to sacrifice someone. Although Zhao Liangze tried his best to hold it in, the tears in the corners of his eyes still revealed his nervousness and uneasiness. He was originally the weakest of the four of them, but after Bai Shuang's death, he had truly become stronger. Hua Xiaoheng should have been the calmest, most ruthless, and most ruthless of them all. However, because Gu Nianji was the one who had been kidnapped, his calmness was only on the surface. No one knew that just 5 minutes ago, his mind was still in a mess. Therefore, the calmest person was Zhou Qiyuan. Hua Xiaoheng calmed down and looked around the living room. He then looked in the direction of the door and narrowed his eyes as if he understood what Zhou Qiyuan meant. He nodded and slowly walked to the door. He stood in front of the elevator and said, "If it were me, I would have set up an ambush in this building a few days in advance." As he spoke, he looked up at the stairs. If he remembered correctly, Gu Yanran used to have an apartment upstairs. However, this apartment should have been taken back by Gu Nianji. The door card had also been changed, but no one lived in it. Therefore, those people knew that there was an empty apartment in this building. He walked over from the elevator door and stood at the door. He said, "Then, I will first cast an electronic shield to disable all the electronic equipment here." As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he continued walking forward. "Then, I will break the surveillance camera at the door." At this time, the people inside should have noticed that there is someone outside. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi quickly stepped aside and watched Hu Xiaoheng walk to the door alone. He pulled out his gun and aimed it at the lock at the door. "I will ring the doorbell first. If the people inside don't fall for it, I will shoot the lock." Gu Nianji's door card had been specially processed, so it wasn't easy to forge it. However, as long as the electronic shield was cast, there would be a 10-minute time difference. It would be enough for them to break the door lock with one shot. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked into the room. He was completely immersed in the scene. The people inside will definitely resist and hide at the same time. I will shoot anyone who resists. At this point, he paused and looked at Zhou Qiyuan. Why didn't they kill Xiao Yi? They only seriously injured her. All those shots hadn't even broken her bones or punctured her arteries. Any one of them could have made Xiao Yi's situation 10 times worse, but they didn't do that. They only disintegrated her combat power. Zhou Qiyuan nodded and said slowly, "Generally speaking, we should kill Xiao Yi first and then take Miss Gu away." This was probably the only thing that did not make sense. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the portrait of Xiao Yi lying in the middle of the room and continued, "Nianji should have been hiding in." He looked at the bedroom because that was the only place he could hide in a hurry. He couldn't say anything else. Zhou Qiyuan continued on his behalf. The criminal must have used Xiao Yi's life to threaten Miss Gu. He must have shot Xiao Yi so many times to intimidate her. Nianji is so kind. How could she watch these people kill Xiao Yi in front of her? Yin Shixiang shook his head. This silly girl definitely couldn't help it and came out herself. Actually, as long as she held on for 10 minutes, she might not be taken away. However, if she really lasted for 10 minutes, Xiao Yi would definitely die. Thinking about it carefully, this kind of choice was too cruel for Gu Nianji and Xiao Yi. Zhao Liangzi whispered, "They didn't kill Xiao Yi, they just tortured her." It seems, they seemed to know Nianji very well. They knew that she wouldn't hide and watch them kill Xiao Yi. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and didn't say a word. The lines of his jaw were tight, like a sculpture. He was exquisite and handsome, but there was no vitality or vitality. All of his emotions seemed to be buried in an unfathomable black hole, and no one could see through them. Zhou Qiyuan walked around the portrait of Xiao Yi on the carpet and said, "Did you see that? There are no footprints on the ground at all, which means that they have very good anti-reconnaissance abilities. Our professionals have used equipment to check, and we really can't find any footprints other than Xiao Yi and Miss Gu here. We don't even know how many people there are." Yin Shixiang crossed his arms and looked at the bullet marks on the window. That's not surprising. When we go on missions, we also use special plastic covers to cover our shoes. For example, that was what they did when they went to Japan's Shimizu Temple to deal with Yamaguchi Aiko, Yoko. They still hadn't found out who the murderer was. That's right. Zhou Qiyuan looked at Hu Xiaoheng again. "Major General Hu, can you tell their modus operandi?" Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "I can tell. Their modus operandi is exactly the same as ours." This case seemed to be the work of the Special Operations Forces. If Hu Xiaoheng wasn't the commander of the Special Operations Forces and the 3 people around him were absolutely trustworthy, he would have really suspected that someone from the inside had betrayed them. However, it was still the same thing. If it was really someone from the inside, Gu Nianji would have had countless opportunities to be kidnapped without anyone noticing. There would have been no need to wait until today, and there would have been no need to leave such a bloody scene. It was like a demonstration. Therefore, this inference was illogical. If it wasn't done by the Special Operations Forces, then who did it? Could it be their foreign counterparts? Hu Xiaoheng had once been trained in Israel's Mossad. He had returned to China to form the Special Operations Forces, and the training materials were similar to the training methods abroad. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang also thought of this. Yin Shixiang's thick eyebrows knitted together. Could it be those bastards from abroad who did it? Zhao Liangse immediately took out his phone and entered the password. I have to check the information on the foreigners who have recently entered our country. Zhou Qiyuan crossed his arms thoughtfully. It looks like we have to activate the emergency measures abroad. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was grim. He immediately asked Zhou Qiyuan, "Did you block all the major customs ports and the roads out of the city?" Zhou Qiyuan quickly said, "As soon as I received the news, I immediately blocked the airport. In addition, today is the military parade and exercise. All the planes in the city are not allowed to take off before the exercise. The port is temporarily closed. I have set up checkpoints on the roads out of the city and are checking cars one by one." Hu Xiaoheng's expression relaxed slightly. He put a hand on Zhou Qiyuan's shoulder. Good job. Even if he had been in the capital at that time, this was the best he could do. As a leader, the happiest thing was that his subordinates could take charge of things independently and not have to worry about everything. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yin Shixiang at the same time. Go to the property management here and get all the surveillance videos from today. Qiyuan said that the surveillance was only blocked for 10 minutes. See if there are any clues before and after those 10 minutes. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang saluted and immediately went out to find the property management of the apartment complex to get the surveillance videos. Hu Xiaoheng waved at Zhao Liangze. Little Zhe, come back with me. You check the information on foreigners entering the country. I'll report this to General Ji. He wanted to mobilize all the manpower and material resources to form an inescapable net so that the other party wouldn't be able to escape. When his phone rang, General Ji was on the military plane returning to the capital. He took it out and looked at it. It was Hu Xiaoheng's phone number. He quickly swiped it open and picked it up. He asked, "Xiaoheng, what happened?" General Ji only found out about Hu Xiaoheng's emergency private plane leaving the Rai City military base after the exercise. Hu Xiaoheng's serious and deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Yi was seriously injured, and Nianji was kidnapped. What? General Ji cried out involuntarily. How could this be? What about your security measures? Hu Xiaoheng smiled bitterly. The other party is very familiar with our security measures. They even tore off the most secret GPS device on Nianji's body and threw it away. General Ji was shocked and angry. He almost blurted out, could there be another traitor? However, he remembered that he was still on the plane, so he swallowed the words and said, I'll be back soon. Hurry up and report to me. Hu Xiaoheng quickly said, Yes, Chief. I'm waiting for you at the airport. General Ji took a deep breath and began to comfort Hu Xiaoheng. Don't worry. Heaven helps a good person. After so many years, she only had an accident last year, and it was abroad. Don't feel too guilty. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He knew that it wasn't convenient for General Ji to speak, so he didn't say anything else. I'll wait for you to come back. Half an hour later, General Ji's military plane slowly landed at the imperial capital airport. Not long after, he got into the car that had come to pick him up. Hu Xiaoheng was waiting for him in the car. Secretary Chao drove personally, so General Ji and Hu Xiaoheng could immediately discuss the matter in the car. General G's face darkened. Tell me again, what exactly is going on? Hu Xiaoheng told him about the situation in Gu Nianji's apartment and finally said, this is the situation. We have already ordered all airports, customs ports, and roads to be sealed off. Only entry is allowed, not exit. General G nodded. That should be the case. I will immediately contact Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai to inform them of this matter. After all, sealing off all airports, customs ports, and roads involved too much. Previously, they could use the military parade and exercise to seal off the area for a few hours. But if it took any longer, they would need other reasons and cooperation from other departments. Hu Xiaoheng needed General G's support to obtain more authorization to deal with this matter. He and General G discussed and analyzed along the way. By the time they sent General G to the military compound, they had already drawn up the preliminary procedures. This matter will be handled according to the procedures we discussed just now. General G got out of the car and said seriously, Xiaoheng, you must calm down. If you can't control your emotions, I will send someone else to take over. Hu Xiaoheng's emotions had completely calmed down at this time. He quietly helped General G take his briefcase out of the car and said calmly, you worry too much. I'm very normal. There's no need to control my emotions. Really? General G glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He saw that Hu Xiaoheng was indeed calm and collected. Hu Xiaoheng spoke calmly and acted calmly. He didn't look like he was panicking over the disappearance of his beloved. Of course, perhaps he was panicking inside, but no one could feel it at all. This kind of patience and self-control was not something an ordinary person could have. General G was even more satisfied with him. Okay, go ahead and find her as soon as possible. Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice, yes, Chief. Watching General G enter the house, Hu Xiaoheng turned to walk to his private car. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yin Shixiang. Hu Xiaoheng quickly picked up. Did you find anything? Yin Shixiang was looking at the surveillance footage of Gu Nianji's apartment. Although there were 10 minutes of blank space, the footage before and after the 10 minutes were full of content. With Yin Shixiang's insight and analytical ability, he looked for half an hour and locked onto a black SUV that had entered and left the apartment complex. This is today's second monthly vote of 2000 plus updates, Chapter 1434, exactly the same. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1446. Major General Hua, I found a black SUV that's very problematic. Yin Shixiang checked the footage of the black SUV frame by frame. The license plate number is very unfamiliar. I got the Traffic Control Bureau to check it. This license plate number was invalidated more than 10 years ago, and no one has used it until now. That's a fake license plate number. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his eyebrows. Trace this car throughout the city. Yes, Chief. Maybe it wasn't this car. Maybe this car was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But they had no other target now, so they would definitely check this car first. Are there any other clues? Yin Shixiang shook his head. I've seen the surveillance video of the apartment complex, especially the time when Nianji disappeared. Everyone drove in and out, and no one left the complex on foot, so I first ruled out the possibility that they left on foot. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and asked calmly, what else? His tone was calm and without a trace of ups and downs. Yin Shixiang sighed at Hu Xiaoheng's restraint and patience in his heart as he said, Zhou Qiyuan controlled the city's traffic 15 minutes after the incident. We just have to see if this car appears in other places. Hu Xiaoheng looked calmly at the tree-lined path in front of him and gave a few orders. Get the police station to mobilize grassroots police officers and members of the Security Joint Defense Team to investigate all registered hotels, inns, and homestays. Now, all guests need ID cards to check in. All guests with the wrong ID cards will be detained. This was to prevent the other party from kidnapping Gu Nianji and hiding in a hotel before they could take her out. The imperial capital had been reorganized in the past few years. All the big hotels, including the hourly rooms on the street, were connected to the police. As long as they booked a room, the police would definitely be able to find out. Yin Shixiang's expression froze. Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the side of his private car. The orderly, Fan Jian, quickly walked over to open the door for him and let him in. Hu Xiaoheng continued, inform the Traffic Control Bureau and ask them to set up roadblocks on all the non-motorized roads out of the imperial capital. Tell them that they want to repair the roads and send traffic police to stand guard to check everyone who attempts to leave the imperial capital on foot. Hu Xiaoheng was so strict that Yin Shixiang could only be convinced. Yes, Chief. When Hu Xiaoheng returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters in his private car, Yin Shixiang had already conveyed Hu Xiaoheng's orders to the police station and the Traffic Control Bureau. At the same time, he had requested the Traffic Control Bureau to gather the city's traffic surveillance video. The bulletproof car stopped in front of his official residence, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't get out. He still sat in the back seat, his eyes unfocused as he quietly looked ahead. The orderly, Fan Jian, could tell that Hu Xiaoheng was in a bad mood and didn't dare to make a sound. He quietly got out of the car and stood guard in front of the car. The car's soundproofing was very good, completely isolating everything from the outside world. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. In the quiet car, it was like the pendulum of a hypnotic clock. But he was not sleepy at all. Although he had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, he still did not feel sleepy at all. His mood was like the hazy sky before the eruption of a volcano. It looked calm and peaceful, but there was lava rolling and shaking at the bottom of the mountain. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and rubbed the space between his brows. This matter was not so simple. Although he had tried his best to plug every loophole he could, he was still 2 hours late. Zhou Qiyuan only paid attention to blocking the motorway and airport channels. What if the other party took Gu Nianji out of the city on foot and then met them elsewhere? However, the other party only had 2 hours at most. Even if they walked, 2 hours wouldn't be enough for them to leave the imperial capital. Of course, even if the other party had already left the imperial capital on foot, it didn't matter. No matter where she went, he would always find her. The last time Gu Nianji had disappeared in the German Alps, he didn't know at first. When he found out, she was already out of danger. Although he regretted, and felt guilty, he had never tasted the feeling of worry. This time, she had disappeared again. Only then did he know what it felt like to lose her. He never wanted to experience this feeling again in his life. After he found her this time, he would find a rope and tie her to his body. He would never let her walk alone again. He made up his mind and picked up his phone. He was about to ask Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze about the progress when he suddenly heard a few barks. He looked up and saw that the short-legged little Ku was jumping outside his car with all his might, trying to see who was in the car. Unfortunately, his legs were too short and he couldn't jump high enough. He had just popped his head out when he fell down. No matter how heavy Hu Xiaoheng's heart was, he was amused by the short-legged little Aku's appearance. He looked at his watch. He had actually been sitting alone in the car for 15 minutes. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. The short-legged little Aku immediately came over with its tail between its legs. It sniffed around him, then raised its head and wagged its tail at him desperately. Its dark and watery eyes looked at him, then kept jumping up and looking into the car. Hu Xiaoheng knew who it was looking for. He bent down and rubbed little Aku's head. It's okay. I'll be back soon. Hu Xiaoheng actually wasn't confident when he said this, but at this time, he had to be confident. If even he lost confidence, how disappointed would the short-legged little owl be? Gu Nianji had been busy for the past 2 weeks and didn't have time to take care of it, so she left the short-legged little owl at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and instructed his orderly to take care of it for a few days. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng return, the short-legged little owl must have thought that Gu Nianji had also come to pick it up. But she hadn't. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips, stood up, and walked into the official residence. The short-legged little owl didn't follow him in. It squatted down by the big iron gate at the door and stared fixedly in the direction of the path. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and glanced at it. He didn't call it and went into the house alone. He had returned to the imperial capital in the morning and had only just entered the house. He was still wearing the military uniform he had worn during the military parade and exercise in Rice City, but it was already drenched in sweat. After returning to his room and changing into a clean set of clothes, Hua Xiaoheng went to the 6th floor underground of the office building, where the central control room was located. Zhao Liangzi was looking at the information on foreigners who had recently entered the country. Yin Shixiang was already looking at the surveillance footage from the Traffic Control Bureau. What's new? He stood behind Yin Shixiang and asked. Yin Shixiang looked at the screen intently and said, "This black SUV was parked in the underground parking lot of Nianji's apartment. Judging from the total time, it was parked the day before the incident. It didn't disappear until the 10-minute surveillance footage went blank. In other words, the car wasn't parked in the underground parking lot 10 minutes after the incident." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Continue investigating." Then he walked to Zhao Liangzi's side and asked calmly, "Did you find any clues?" Zhao Liangzi shook his head and said in confusion, "There's nothing unusual. Judging from these people's visa applications, their backgrounds are normal. I didn't see any suspicious people. Continue investigating." Hua Xiaoheng still said the same thing. At that moment, Yin Shixiang made a new discovery. "Major General Hua, come and take a look at this." Yin Shixiang paused the surveillance footage. Hua Xiaoheng walked over. He crossed his arms and looked behind Yin Shixiang. An 18-wheeler truck appeared on the screen. Yin Shixiang pulled the progress bar forward, and the image changed. Now, a black SUV drove into the camera. He pressed play again. At the busy intersection of the 3rd Ring Road, a low-key and noble black SUV drove quickly from the direction of Gu Nianji's apartment. At that moment, a huge 18-wheeler truck suddenly blocked in front of the camera. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment, then the truck left. 4 identical black SUVs suddenly appeared in front of the camera and drove quickly in 4 directions. Yin Shixiang quickly stopped the surveillance video and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Why did 4 identical black SUVs suddenly appear? There was only one before." Hua Xiaoheng's heart also skipped a beat. He said, "Replay the scene just now. Adjust the speed to the lowest possible." Yin Shixiang quickly replayed the scene at the lowest speed possible. The scene skipped almost every second. This time, they saw it more clearly. From the moment the black SUV drove over to the moment the 18-wheeler blocked it, the scene was blurred and skipped for a few seconds. When the 18-wheeler left the scene and the 4 black SUVs drove in 4 directions, the scene returned to normal. Hua Xiaoheng frowned, but after watching it several times, it was the same result. "Check this 18-wheeler truck." Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back. "And the 4 black SUVs. Can you see the license plate numbers?" "The 18-wheeler can be seen. The 4 black SUVs were just discovered." He zoomed in on the scene one by one and found the license plate numbers. The 2 of them were speechless. The 4 cars actually had the same license plate number. It was the fake license plate of the car that came out of Gu Nianji's apartment. "They're trying to mislead us," Yin Shixiang muttered. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He crossed his arms and stroked his chin with one hand. He muttered, put this car on the wanted list all over the country. Just use this license plate. Say that this car is suspected of a major criminal case. Ask everyone to report it and reward them handsomely. Yin Shixiang quickly sent the news to Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi went to contact the police to issue a wanted order. Hu Xiaoheng said again, check the 18-wheeler truck. Yin Shixiang quickly logged into the Traffic Control Bureau's car search system and used the truck's license plate number to check. This time, it went smoothly. I found it. The 18-wheeler truck is an oil transport truck from an oil company. The driver's name, address, and contact information are all there. Hu Xiaoheng, he thought for a moment and instructed Yin Shixiang, contact the driver of the 18-wheeler truck first and bring him to the station for questioning. Then, put the scene just now on the television station and the internet in your private name. Collect clues from the public at a high price to see if there were any witnesses in the vehicles that were present at the time. In other words, while they were putting the black SUV on the wanted list, they were also collecting clues to see what was going on with the sudden appearance of 4 identical black SUVs. The appearance of the 18-wheeler truck was too coincidental. Whether it was the time, angle, or direction, it just happened to block the surveillance at that time. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1435, Too Coincidental. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Tonight at 8:00, there will be an additional update for the 50,000 Chidian dollars that your precious Xian, the leader of the alliance, rewarded last August. Mwah. Chapter 1447. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water. According to Hu Xiaoheng's orders, he first contacted the police station and issued a warrant for the black SUV. Then, he officially went to the Traffic Control Bureau to check the information of the 18-wheeler truck driver and gave it to the staff of the Special Operations Forces below to invite the driver to the Special Operations Forces for T. Finally, the surveillance footage of 4 identical black SUVs suddenly driving out was posted online. At the same time, it was broadcasted on television and a large reward was offered for witnesses. Because it was the Special Operations Forces who took action, the police's wanted order was quickly sent out to the whole country. After the formalities with the Traffic Control Bureau were completed, the staff of the Special Operations Forces quickly located the 18-wheeler truck driver's location through the cell phone signal. He was playing poker with his colleagues in the rest area near the Imperial Capital Expressway. Because the Imperial Capital Expressway was suddenly blocked for a few hours, they couldn't go out before. Now they could go out, but there was a long queue at the exit of the expressway. The traffic police checked the cars one by one, moving slower than a turtle. His car was too big, and it was at the back. He couldn't move for a while, so he could only go to the rest area to eat, drink, and play poker. When the staff of the Special Operations Forces walked over with the 2 police officers in the rest area, he happened to touch a pair of kings and happily threw them out. Explode. Hands up. Don't move. The police had been very nervous today. As soon as they walked over, they heard someone say, explode. Their scalp went numb. They quickly pulled out their guns and aimed at the 18-wheeler truck driver. The truck driver was dumbfounded. He sat there motionless with a hand holding up his cards. He said with a sad face, I was just playing cards. Brother police, are you serious? The staff of the Special Operations Forces coughed behind him and asked, Are you Jia Ting, the driver of the 18-wheeler truck with the license plate number XXXXX? Jia Ting, the driver of the 18-wheeler truck, nodded quickly. I am. I'm a driver. Brother police officer, can you put down your gun? I'm really a law-abiding citizen. The corner of the police officer's mouth twitched. He sheepishly put away his gun and said, Don't talk nonsense. What day is it today? You are exploding. Be careful of your image. Jia Ting breathed a sigh of relief and threw away his cards with a smile. He stood up and said to the two staff members in black uniforms behind the police, "How do I address you? Why are you looking for me?" The staff of the Special Operations Forces took out their work cards and showed them to Jia Ting. "We are staff of the Special Operations Forces. We would like to invite you to our base for a cup of tea and a chat." Jia Ting's face suddenly turned pale. He had never heard of this department before, but the name told him that it was a very powerful department. With a long face, he said, "Comrades, I really haven't done anything bad. I'm an official employee of the oil company. I know that our oil company is hated by people and made you lose a lot of money in the stock market, but that has nothing to do with a small driver like me. It's all the leader's fault, it's none of my business." What was going on? The police couldn't take it anymore. He poked him on the back and said, "Don't think too much. We just want you to assist in the investigation. If you didn't do anything bad, why are you in such a hurry?" "Jia Ting, is it really just to assist in the investigation?" "Of course it's real." The staff of the Special Operations Forces smiled kindly. "If you weren't assisting in the investigation, we wouldn't have invited you for tea." Jia Ting's mood suddenly improved. "We will directly show you an arrest warrant and handcuff you." The staff of the Special Operations Forces made a gesture. Jia Ting's face darkened again. If that was the case, he might as well not have said it. He groaned as he followed the staff of the Special Operations Forces into their car. Before he got into the car, he even sent a video to his family and said, "Dad, Mom, Yanzi, the Special Operations Forces is looking for me to assist in the investigation. If you can't contact me in an hour, call the police immediately." The police's face darkened even more than his when they heard this. This person's vigilance was not ordinary. He was even worried that they were liars who would trick him into leaving. Go, go, go. Why don't you look in the mirror? What do you have that's worth being tricked by others? Is it because you have money or good looks? Or talent? You really don't know what you're talking about. The police muttered and closed the car door. Jia Ting was extremely embarrassed. Don't hit people in the face. Is there anyone who insults people like that? He poked his head out of the car of the Special Operations Forces and said loudly to the police, "I don't have money, looks, or talent, but I have a kidney." What if they were tricking him into selling his kidney? The staff of the Special Operations Forces couldn't take it anymore. They forcefully closed the car window and cut off the divergent thoughts of this very imaginative 18-wheeler truck driver. The police outside were amused by him and shouted at the car window, "So what if you have a kidney? It's obvious that you have a kidney deficiency. Other people wouldn't look for you even if they wanted to sell their organs." Fortunately, the car window was closed, so Jia Ting didn't hear what the police said clearly. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but the two staff members of the Special Operations Forces didn't say a word after they got into the car. They didn't speak again until they reached the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. When they arrived at the interrogation room of the headquarters, Yin Shixiang personally came to question them. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the room next to the interrogation room and looked at the 18-wheeler truck driver, Jia Ting, through the one-way glass wall. He looked to be in his 30s, had a buzz cut, and big eyes. He looked honest, but he was extremely talkative. Only Yin Shixiang could control him. "Comrade, didn't you say you were going to treat me to tea? Is this your tea?" He looked at the teacup with a look of disdain. "What? You think it's not to Hong Pao for a cup of tea?" Yin Shixiang looked at his information without raising his head. "I'm sorry. Our unit's budget is limited. We only have tea stalks to boil with water." Jia Ting's eyes widened. "No way. Didn't they say that your department is especially rich?" Yin Shixiang almost choked on his words. He raised his head and glared at him. Who did you hear that from? You'll have to bear legal responsibility for spreading rumors. Hearing that he would have to bear legal responsibility, Ting became honest. He wiped his mouth and said, Okay, may I ask why you were looking for me? You should have told me earlier. I still have to deliver the goods. This time, I was delayed. You have to give me a proof that I didn't mean to be late, but that I was assisting the police in their investigation. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. Yin Shixiang got back to the point. Let me ask you, where were you at around 9:00 this morning? Ting thought for a moment. 9:00. I think I just drove to 3rd Ring Road. Yes, it should be 3rd Ring Road. Why? Look at this video. Yin Shixiang played the video. Can you explain how these 4 cars came out at that time? From your angle, you should have seen it very clearly, right? Ting watched the video for a while and was puzzled. He said, How would I know? There were so many cars at that intersection. How would I know where they came from? You really don't remember. It's not that I don't remember. I really didn't see it. Ting took out his phone. I was talking to my family at the time. You can look at the call record on my phone. Look at the time on the video. I was on the phone. Yin Shixiang took the phone expressionlessly and said, It's illegal to talk on a phone while driving. Oh, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Ting wiped the sweat off his forehead and kept apologizing. Yin Shixiang looked at his phone. At the time shown on the video, the driver was indeed on the phone. Therefore, he was multitasking at that time and might not have seen how the 4 cars came out. Yin Shixiang threw his phone back and placed his hands on the square table in front of him. He said, Think about it carefully. Did you really not see it at all? Even if you were on the phone, don't you truck drivers always look around and listen in all directions? Ting scratched his head and thought about it carefully for a while. He hesitated and said, Actually, there was indeed something wrong at that time. It would have been better if you didn't say it. Since you said it, I'll say it. I don't know if you believe me or not. Oh. Yin Shixiang bowed over with a very kind expression. Tell me. I'll see if it's worth believing. Ting held his hands and felt a little uneasy. He lowered his eyes and said, I remember that something was wrong at that time, but I'm not saying that I saw these 4 black cars. Then what is it? You know, we drive big trucks and often travel through the night. It's common for us to be sleepy during the day. But at that time, my head shook. It wasn't sleepy, but it was a sudden pain, so I stepped on the brakes. This should be the minute when the 18-wheeler truck suddenly blocked the video surveillance. Yin Shixiang was excited. A sudden headache. What kind of headache? It's like someone pricked my head with a needle. Ting rubbed his hands and smiled fawningly. But I'm fine soon. It doesn't hurt anymore. If you hadn't shown me this surveillance video, I would have almost forgotten about it. This is the second reward for today, Chapter 1436, Almost Forgot. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 50,000 Qidian coins reward for Your Baby Xian last August has been delivered. Mwah. Chapter 1448. Yin Shixiang perked up and asked in detail. Which part of your head hurts? How long did it last? What happened after the pain? Ting answered one by one. After Yin Shixiang recorded it down, he asked again, but there was nothing of value. He pushed the conversation record over and said, Thank you for your cooperation. To be on the safe side, we also need to conduct a lie detector test on you. Please sign here. Ting panicked. Ha! No way. I'm not lying. I swear I'm not lying. Why do you need a lie detector test? What are you afraid of if you're not lying? Yin Shixiang's face was stern. Are you really hiding something? I am hiding something. I didn't have a sports car last night. I went to get a room with someone yesterday. Jia Ting was about to cry. You won't tell my wife, will you? Yin Shixiang was so angry that he laughed. He slammed the table and shouted, if you don't tell the truth, I'll tell your wife. Go to the lie detector test. 15 minutes later, Jia Ting, who had been made to cry by the lie detector and wished he could confess all the bad things he had done since he was young, was helped out of the lie detector room. He cried so hard that his mental state was worrying. The Special Operations Forces had to find a psychiatrist to comfort him. Yin Shixiang placed the interrogation record in front of Hua Xiaoheng speechlessly and said, Major General Hua, I'm afraid this person doesn't have any secrets. He just appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hua Xiaoheng read through it, especially the part where Jia Ting said that he had a headache. He said, what about his car? Have you searched it? Yes, it's a fuel truck. I checked it 3 times and even used X-rays. This is all the pictures. There's nothing unusual in the car. There's no compartment, no hiding person, Yin Shixiang said disappointedly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at all the pictures expressionlessly and knocked on the interrogation record. Check his body and finally do an MRI. Yin Shixiang, although he didn't understand, he still followed Hua Xiaoheng's instructions and took the crying Jia Ting to do an MRI. An MRI, as the name implied, used the principle that the magnetic field of the nucleus could produce resonance. According to the different energy released, the electromagnetic waves emitted by special instruments were used to detect the location and shape of the human organs, thereby determining whether there were any lesions. The results of the MRI showed that Jia Ting's brain had just been disturbed by infrasonic waves. Because the frequency of ordinary infrasound was extremely low, the human ear could not detect it. However, certain frequencies of infrasound were similar to the vibration frequency of certain organs in the human body. They would resonate, and when the resonance was severe, it could directly cause death. This infrasonic wave, which was similar to the vibration frequency of human organs, was already an infrasonic wave weapon that was being developed in many countries' weapon laboratories. The infrasound received by Jia Ting was very similar to the vibration frequency of his brain, so he had a moment of intense pain in his head. However, because the time was very short, it did not cause any danger to his life. Yin Shixiang pointed at the MRI results and said, Hua Xiao, the other party is very powerful. They even have a secondary wave weapon. It's not something an ordinary person can do, right? Hua Xiaoheng remained silent. As far as he knew, there wasn't any country that could achieve this level of secondary wave weapons. It was as if they could retract and release them as they pleased. Of course, it was possible that some countries were conducting secret experiments, and they had not received any intelligence. This possibility could not be ruled out. However, this also further showed that the other party's weapons were too advanced. Similarly, just like with Xiao Yi, the other party did not kill the truck driver, Jia Ting. They only used him to cover for themselves. After Jia Ting's investigation ended, the Special Operations Forces received several calls from witnesses. They all talked about the sudden appearance of 4 identical black SUVs at the intersection. Witness A: Yes, I was there at the time. I saw it. I was surprised. I even asked my wife, is this a show? 4 identical black SUVs suddenly appeared. Special Operations Forces operator: Did you see the people in the car? How many people were sitting in the car? What did they look like? What were they wearing? Witness A: 1 person. I only saw a driver inside. He was dressed in black. They were all dressed in black, so I couldn't see his face clearly. You know, there were so many cars at the time, and they were driving so fast. It was already good enough that I saw 4 people with my eyes. Witness B, I was on a tall building near that intersection. At that time, I was looking through binoculars. Anyway, I was looking into the distance with binoculars. Then, 4 identical black SUVs appeared in my field of vision. Because they appeared too suddenly and too quickly, I remembered them. Of course, maybe it was because my field of vision was too narrow, so I didn't see clearly how they came over. Special Operations Forces operator, did you see the people in the car? How many people were sitting in the car? What did they look like? What were they wearing? Witness B. I'm standing so high. How can I see the people in the car? Witness C, I saw it. My car was even scraped by one of the black SUVs. By the way, comrade, if you find this car, can you give me the driver's contact information? I want to ask him for compensation. Special Operations Forces operator, did you see the people in the car? How many people were sitting in the car? What did they look like? What were they wearing? Witness C, 1 person. I saw only 1 person in the black SUV, wearing black clothes. If you find him, you must let me know. I want to ask him for compensation. After summarizing the testimonies of all the witnesses, they came to the conclusion that there was only 1 person in the 4 black SUVs that could be seen on the surface. The 4 people were all wearing black clothes, which should be some kind of uniform. So, was Gu Nianji hidden in the car, or was she not in the car at all? Could it be that these 4 cars were actually all a cover? After an entire day of searching, the trail of the large truck and the black SUV seemed to have reached a dead end. Time passed minute by minute, and there was no light or hope in front of them. They had no choice but to grab onto this cover. Because even if it was a cover, Hu Xiaoheng knew that he could only continue investigating. Before he found these 4 cars, he couldn't treat them as a cover. In other words, the other party had dug 4 traps for him. He knew that they were traps, but he had no choice but to jump into them. Because what if one of them wasn't a trap? He couldn't afford to pay the price and consequences of a wrong judgment, so he had no choice but to jump. Continue to track these 4 cars and increase the bounty. I'll personally make up for the shortfall. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and gave the order calmly. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang wrote it down and sent another memo to the police. Everyone worked nervously. At 8:00 in the evening, Zhou Qiyuan called. Major General Hu Xiaoye's surgery is done. He stood at the door of the operating theater and looked at Chen Lai, who had just come out of the operating theater. He reported the results to Hu Xiaoheng. After more than 10 hours of surgery, Chen Lai was exhausted and weak. He just wanted to collapse on the sofa and drink a mouthful of coffee to refresh himself. He waved his hand at Zhou Qiyuan and said weakly, "It's not bad. The fracture in her right wrist has been fixed. She still needs rehabilitation. The gunshot wound on her left wrist shattered her wrist, and the bullet was removed. Although it wasn't a fatal wound, her left wrist was crippled. Xiaoye's right wrist had been broken, but her left wrist had been shattered by the other party's gunshot. How serious is it?" Zhou Qiyuan frowned and looked at Chen Lai. "Is she completely crippled, or?" Chen Lai sighed and shook his head. "She's not completely crippled, but it's true that she can't use her strength. Fortunately, she's not left-handed. Otherwise, she would really be finished. Her right hand was only fractured. As long as she recovered, she would have no problem shooting. However, she couldn't use her left hand, which would also affect her marksmanship because her sense of balance was a problem." Anyone who had fired a gun before knew that if there was a problem with her sense of balance, it was impossible for a sharpshooter to appear. What about her arms and legs? Zhou Qiyuan still remembered the many wounds on Xiao Ye's body. They were bleeding profusely. The bullets from those wounds have also been removed. Thank God, the other party's bullets were intact and didn't shatter into pieces. Chen Lai wiped his face. However, although her bones weren't injured, the damage to her muscles was very serious. Everything still depends on her recovery. It's hard to say now. Chen Lai leaned against the wall and walked out step by step. Moreover, she lost a lot of blood and hasn't woken up yet. When he returned to his office and sat down, Chen Lai's face was blank. Xiao Yi was his cousin. Seeing his cousin injured like this, Chen Lai felt extremely sad. Before the surgery just now, he almost declined because he was worried that his emotions would be unstable and something would go wrong. However, after checking on Xiao Ye's injuries, he still planned to do it himself. Because the injuries were too serious, he didn't trust anyone else to take over. After the surgery, Xiao Yi was transferred to the intensive care unit. Zhou Qiyuan informed Xiao Ye's parents. General Xiao of the General Assembly and Director Qin of the Military Academy. At 10:00 in the evening, Chen Lai rested for 2 hours. He got up and was writing a medical report in his office when the door to the office was pushed open. He looked up and saw his aunt, Xiao Ye's mother. Director Qin of the Military Academy rushed in with red eyes. Behind her was General Xiao. General Xiao looked relatively calm, but his expression was very ugly. Whose daughter had been beaten up to such a state? His expression was not good. Chen Lai, how is Xiao Ye's condition? Is she really crippled? Director Qin had just gone to see Xiao Yi in the intensive care unit. Seeing her daughter, who had been alive and kicking and quarreling with her a few days ago, now lying in an oxygen mask on the verge of death, Director Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. In Chen Lai's office, the elegant and virtuous Director Qin leaned against General Zhao's shoulder and sobbed softly. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1437. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes for the evening had been increased to 3,000 in advance. Mwah. Chapter 1449. General Xiao comforted his wife as he looked sadly at Chen Lai. He said carefully, "Little Chen, I've never begged you for anything in all these years. But this time, I'm begging you. Use your best techniques and methods to save my daughter. She is not only my daughter, but also a precious talent of the country." Chen Lai hung his head awkwardly. "I've tried my best. Now we need to see the results of the follow-up rehabilitation." As they spoke, the door to Chen Lai's office was pushed open. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the door. Seeing that General Xiao and Director Qin were here, he stood at the door and did not come in. Did I come at a bad time? He knew that Xiao Yi and Chen Lai were cousins. Xiao Ye's mother was Chen Lai's aunt. It was obvious that the relatives were having a conversation, and he didn't want to get involved. General Xiao turned around and saw him. He hurriedly said, "It's okay. We were just talking about Xiao Ye's situation." As he said this, he pulled Director Qin to stand up. President Qin wiped her tears with the tissue Chen Lai had given her and nodded at Hua Xiaoheng. Chen Lai said, "My aunt and uncle are asking about Xiao Yi. Major General Hua, are you also here to ask about Xiao Yi?" As soon as the surgery was done, he knew that Zhou Qiyuan had called Hua Xiaoheng to report Xiao Ye's injury. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "I just finished work over there, so I came over to see how Colonel Xiao is doing." Chen Lai sighed and glanced at General Xiao and Director Qin. His gaze returned to Hua Xiaoheng and he said expressionlessly, "It's not very optimistic. Although his life isn't in danger, it's impossible for him to recover to his previous state." As he spoke, he recounted Xiao Ye's injuries. The bullets have all been removed. They didn't injure her bones, but they did a lot of damage to her muscles. The bones of her left wrist are shattered. It's impossible for her to recover. He couldn't even carry heavy objects in the future. Hua Xiaoheng knew Xiao Ye's skills very well. He pursed his lips. Thank you, Chen Lai. Chen Lai nodded. I'll do my best. It's my duty. The people in the room were silent for a while. Director Qin stood beside General Xiao and murmured. Xiao Yi entered the military academy at the age of 17. She had only been there for 2 years when she heard Hua Xiao's speech and was determined to join the special forces. After that, she left home. In these 10 years, she almost never came back. I thought that she had sacrificed her life for the country. Not only did she come back alive, but she also brought back a large amount of information. Her military rank also rose again and again. She became a colonel before the age of 30, and she was even a colonel in the combat forces. Her rank was many times higher than that of a civilian colonel. General Xiao also said in a low voice. I am proud of my daughter. A treasure that had been lost and regained suddenly became incomplete. The impact of this regret was sometimes even more painful than losing it completely. Director Chen leaned against his chest and began to cry silently again. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside them and said calmly, Don't worry. The Special Operations Forces will not give up on any soldier. We will do our best to save her. President Qin stopped sobbing and was quiet for a while. She lowered her head and took out her phone. She didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng but spoke to him. Major General Hua, is there really no other way? My Xiao Yi is a very ambitious person. Back then, she ignored our objections and insisted on joining the newly established Special Operations Forces. She risked her life to complete missions for the country and made so many contributions. Let's not talk about the face of her contributions, just look at how loyal she is to you and how she risked her life for your fiancé. General Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly stopped her. Stop talking. Xiao Ye's protection of Miss Gu is a mission given to her by the organization. What are you saying? President Chen gripped her phone even tighter, and her mind was in a fierce struggle. She didn't know if she could succeed, but since someone said that Hua Xiaoheng had a way to cure Xiao Yi without leaving any sequelae, as a mother, could she just let it go? After thinking about it, President Chen raised her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with her red and swollen eyes. It was a mother's sorrowful and pleading gaze. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't ignore it, nor could he. His body stood even straighter, as if there was a steel pillar supporting his spine. Major General Hua, I'm begging you. President Chen took a deep breath and stared into Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. She enunciated each word clearly. I heard that you have special resources that can help my daughter recover from her injuries. I hope that you can use these resources on my daughter. Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai looked at each other quickly and then looked away. Hua Xiaoheng took a step back and said calmly, President Chen, don't be like this. I said that as long as we can do it, I'll definitely get Chen Lai to think of a way. But you have to be mentally prepared. After all, Xiao Ye's injuries. Those physical injuries couldn't be reversed and recovered. At least with their current medical standards, they couldn't do it yet. President Chen let out an "aw" and looked extremely disappointed. Major General Hua, are you really unwilling? General Xiao held her arm and sighed. Don't try to trick me. Let's just tell Major General Hua and Little Chen the truth. President Chen gripped her phone even tighter. Major General Hua, don't think too much. When you become a parent in the future, you'll understand how we feel. As parents, they can really do anything for their children. General Xiao shook his head. Actually, it's like this. He reached out to take the phone from President Chen's hand, but President Chen wasn't willing. She kept shaking her head and muttered, don't say it. It won't work if you say it. Forget it. We're all soldiers. We don't do such crooked things. He forcefully took the phone from President Chen's hand and opened it to Hua Xiaoheng. Look for yourself. You'll understand why Xiao Ye's mother said that. Hu Xiaoheng was actually mentally prepared, but when he looked down and saw a text message on President Chen's phone, his heart sank. On President Chen's phone, someone had sent her a text message an hour ago. Kind person, President Chen, your daughter's injuries can be healed as long as Major General Hua is willing to help you. He has special resources that can help your daughter recover. Hu Xiaoheng's hands trembled slightly, and the lines of his jaw were extremely firm. He had never expected that someone would send such a seemingly kind but actually extremely vicious text message. President Chen looked at Hu Xiaoheng eagerly. Major General Hua, I beg you. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the rage in his heart and said calmly, President Chen, do you know the person who sent this text message? President Chen shook her head. I don't know him. This phone number is from C City. We're not familiar with each other. Hu Xiaoheng forwarded the text message to his phone and handed it back to President Chen. So, do you believe him or me? What do you mean? President Chen and General Xiao looked at each other in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, I said that I would use the best resources of the Special Operations Forces to save Colonel Xiao. Isn't that enough? But, you also said that she might not be able to recover. President Chen was very persistent in hoping that her daughter could recover to the state before she was injured. But this person said that you have a way, that's what I said. Do you believe this stranger sowing discord, or do you believe me? Hu Xiaoheng stood beside Chen Lai calmly. Chen Lai lowered his head and returned to his desk. He looked at the computer expressionlessly. You mean, you don't have special resources to help my daughter recover? President Chen suffered a heavy blow and couldn't even stand steadily for a moment. General Xiao quickly supported her with a serious expression. I think so too. Someone wants to use such an ambiguous text message to sow discord in our team. Major General Hua, don't worry. We won't be fooled by such nonsense. I believe that with General Xiao and President Chen's status and wisdom, they won't be fooled by such a person. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against Chen Lai's desk and blocked Chen Lai's view. He said calmly, if he really thinks that I didn't use the resources to save Colonel Xiao, let him confront me face to face. He doesn't dare to come out and confront him. He sneakily sends text messages behind his back and uses ambiguous words to mislead others. This kind of behavior is not what a gentleman would do. This is today's second monthly vote of 3,000 plus updates, Chapter 1438, Not What a Gentleman Would Do. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1450. Hu Xiaoheng spoke so decisively and left no room for doubt. Director Chen and General Xiao were actually persuaded by him. After recovering from the shock, confusion, and grief, Director Chen felt very ashamed of his actions. She quickly apologized to Hu Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, I was being presumptuous just now. I was confused for a moment. I didn't believe it at first, but when I went to the ICU and saw Xiao Ye's condition, I couldn't control myself. It's all right, you're not wrong. Hu Xiaoheng comforted President Chen gently. The ones who are wrong are those who take advantage of people's predicaments and play with people's hearts to sow discord. It's good that you've thought it through. President Chen's tears flowed again. Major General Hua, Xiao Yi has suffered such a serious injury this time, and there's no way for her to recover. I think that when her condition stabilizes, she should transfer. Let's wait for Colonel Xiao to recover before you decide this. Hu Xiaoheng didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. Don't be too sad, you too. Take care of yourself. Colonel Xiao is still young. Even if he is transferred to another place in the future, he will still have a bright future. Hu Xiaoheng's words gave General Xiao and Director Chen a new perspective. Thinking about it this way, it didn't seem too bad. In short, his daughter's life wasn't in danger, and she wasn't crippled. She just couldn't rush to the front line like a man to do those dangerous missions. His mood improved along with his mind. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The two of them thought it through and didn't force it. They supported each other and left. When they reached the door, Chenlai poked his head out from behind Hu Xiaoheng and suddenly said, Auntie, don't be too sad. You can't trust anyone else, but you have to trust me, Chenlai. You know what I'm capable of. Maybe I can help Xiaoyi recover. This has happened before in the medical history of the world. Child, you only know how to make your aunt happy. Director Chen turned around and shook her head at Chenlai with a wry smile. After Director Chen and General Xiao left, Hu Xiaoheng sat on the sofa in Chenlai's office. He took out his phone and began to search for the phone number that had texted Director Chen. It was a phone number that looked very normal. Judging from the first few digits, it should be a phone number that belonged to Sea City. He traced it all the way and found that the phone number belonged to a small repair shop in the urban-rural fringe of Sea City. Hu Xiaoheng immediately ordered the people from the Sea City Special Operations Forces to rush to the repair shop that very night, but to no avail. Because this small repair shop had been vacant for half a year, the phone inside happened to be out of service a few days ago due to unpaid bills. When Hu Xiaoheng saw the message, he immediately understood that someone had hacked into the telecommunication system and used the repair shop's phone number to send a message. As for who sent it, it was difficult to find out. There were billions of people in the world. Would they be able to find out? He put the phone back and got up to leave. Chenlai had been silent when Hu Xiaoheng had searched for the number that had sent the text. When he saw that Hu Xiaoheng was about to leave, he finally said, Hu Xiao, are you a gentleman? Hu Xiaoheng looked down at him. Is this the first day you've met me? Chenlai shrugged bitterly. I knew you weren't a gentleman. Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and continued walking towards the door. Chenlai stopped him again. Hu Xiao, can't we talk? Hu Xiaoheng stopped at the door and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He said calmly, what's there to talk about? Do your best to save Xiaoyi. How much she can recover will depend on her luck. Chenlai gritted his teeth and slammed the table. He rushed out from behind his desk and boldly said to Hu Xiaoheng, do you know what I'm talking about? If you pretend not to know, I'll take it that you're agreeing. Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn around, but he didn't make a sound. Chenlai's office was silent for a moment. Outside was the long corridor of the medical building. In the dead of night, there was no one. Hu Xiao, no matter what ulterior motives the person who sent the text message has, there's one thing that's right. We might really have the resources to help Xiaoyi recover. Chenlai hesitated for a moment before saying it. He stood up and closed the office door tightly. He then turned off the surveillance cameras and lights in the office. In the darkness, Hu Xiaoheng silently lowered his head. He lit a cigarette with a lighter and took a slow puff. Chenlai stood beside him and looked at the firework in his hand. His voice became even softer. Hu Xiao, think about Xiaoyi. She's only 29 years old and has worked for the Special Operations Forces for 10 years. You can save her. Hu Xiaoheng was expressionless. He said calmly, the person who can save her isn't me. I know. It's Nianji. Chenlai put his hands in his pockets and stood behind Hu Xiaoheng. He enunciated each word clearly, I want to beg you to use Nianji's bone marrow sample to save Xiaoyi. I know that Nianji's genes have a powerful repair function. I used the genes extracted from her bone marrow to save your mother, he finally said it. Hu Xiaoheng held the cigarette in his hand and stopped smoking. He was silent for a long time before saying, you want to use Nianji to create a medical miracle again. Chenlai choked and shrank his neck as he stepped back. You know that's not what I meant. I just want to give it a try. I still have a sample of Nianji's bone marrow here. Then what do you mean? Hu Xiaoheng still didn't turn around. His voice was calm, but there was an indescribable pressure in his tone. Chen Lai took another step back. He was almost out of breath. If there's one, there'll be two. If there's two, there'll be three. Chen Lai, you know very well that the situation this time will be the same as the time with Miss Song. The last time it was with Song Jining, it was to repair her genes. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, wanted to directly repair her limbs. The two were fundamentally different. Although they all knew that Gu Nianji's self-healing ability was very strong, they weren't sure if this self-healing ability could be passed on to others like genes. If it succeeded, Chen Lai and Hua Xiaoheng didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice rang out in the darkness again. It was as if he was asking Chen Lai, but also as if he was interrogating himself. If you use Nianji to help Xiao Yi recover, then more people will come to you in the future and ask you to help them recover. What are you going to do? There wasn't even a single case of Song Jining's illness in 10 million people. Therefore, even if they cured Song Jining, they could still use a medical miracle to cover it up. It was unlikely that they would encounter the same illness and need Chen Lai to treat it again. However, Xiao Ye's injuries could be encountered by ordinary people. Broken bones, damaged limbs, and aging organs. If there was a treatment that could help you get rid of the above pain and recover, would you choose not to do it? Chen Lai took a step back, speechless. In your heart, has Nianji always been a lab rat? Hua Xiaoheng asked lightly. His tone was filled with deep exhaustion and self-blame. Chen Lai blushed a little, but he wasn't willing to be defeated by Hua Xiaoheng's question. He growled, "Of course not. Don't you know how I've treated Nianji all these years?" However, he softened his tone and pleaded, "But Xiao Yi is different. She was injured because of Nianji. If Nianji was here, she would definitely give up her bone marrow without hesitation." Yes. Hua Xiaoheng was expressionless like an ice sculpture. Just because she's kind and won't refuse, you can ask her to be a lab rat when you're in trouble, and she has to be willing. Why didn't you ask me? Why didn't you take my bone marrow? It was my decision to let Xiao Yi protect Nianji, not Nianji's request. If you think that letting Xiao Yi protect Nianji and get injured is because you owe Xiao Yi a favor, then I'll pay you back. Chen Lai glared at Hua Xiaoheng. What nonsense are you talking about? If your bone marrow was as effective as Nianji's, of course I'd ask you instead of her. But your bone marrow is useless. You can use it just because it's useful? Hua Xiaoheng finally turned around and looked at Chen Lai. Have you really thought about the consequences of doing this? If this continued, the secret of Gu Nianji's physique would be revealed sooner or later. At that time, she would really become a lab rat. So, you want to use Nianji's freedom in exchange for Xiao Ye's freedom, don't you? Hua Xiaoheng could see it very clearly, and because he could see it clearly, it was even more painful. He suddenly understood the sinister intentions behind the other party's moves. He had originally thought that they hadn't killed Xiao Yi because those people had shown mercy and wouldn't kill the innocent. Now he was sure that not killing Xiao Yi and even using a text message to inform Xiao Ye's parents was all for Gu Nianji. In order to expose the secret of her physique, even if she was found, she wouldn't be able to continue living among them like an ordinary person. Their goal was probably to completely deprive her of her identity as an ordinary person and her dignity as an ordinary person. They wanted to turn a living person into a lab rat that could be used as a rare commodity. But the problem was, just like the big pit with the 4 cars, Hua Xiaoheng realized that he had no choice but to jump in. Chen Lai had made it very clear just now that he couldn't watch Xiao Yi lose the chance to be completely treated. Hua Xiaoheng felt that he wasn't much better than Chen Lai, or even worse. Because he was Gu Nianji's lover, the person she trusted and relied on the most. However, he had to stab her ruthlessly. He really owed this girl too much. Hua Xiaoheng took a puff of his cigarette and asked calmly, "How much of Nianji's bone marrow sample do you have?" Chen Lai rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Actually, there's not much left, and it's just a guess. I don't know if it will work on Xiao Ye's injury. After using it this time, will there be no more? Hu Xiaoheng turned to look at him. Chen Lai nodded. He couldn't bear to do it either. He raised his hand and patted Hu Xiaoheng on the shoulder. There's only so much left. We need to train it and experiment it a little. Even if it works, it'll take a year and a half, so don't think too much about it. I know what I'm doing. He scratched his head and continued, don't think too much about it. Actually, it might not succeed. You saw that the person who sent the text message was just testing. If it was really possible, he definitely wouldn't have said something ambiguous like special resources. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1439, the consequences are serious. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, they would continue to repay the debt of last year's tips and updates ___. Moi. Chapter 1451. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the cigarette between his fingers. In the darkness, he couldn't see or hear anything other than the cigarette between his fingers. When hearing and vision were limited, his mind became agile. This spark was like a prairie fire. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly understood and said with certainty. Other than us, there are others who know about Nianji's physique. The person who kidnapped Nianji is among these people. Chen Lai looked up abruptly. Ha! There are others. Then did they kidnap Nianji too? Hu Xiaoheng sneered and took a puff of his cigarette. What do they want? Isn't that the same idea as you and I have? What idea? Chen Lai stammered. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Chen Lai and asked, are you still playing dumb? Can you really guarantee that there won't be a future? You promised before, but you went back on your word when you met Xiao Yi. You can't guarantee it because the temptation is too great. If Nianji can really help Xiao Yi repair her limbs and we really save her in the future, can you hold back from looking for her if one of us is injured again? How much bone marrow can a person have? How long does it take to recover from a single draw? If the bone marrow cells don't work, will we have to start studying her other cells? Somatic cells, stem cells, reproductive cells. Gradually, in your eyes, she was no longer a person, right? Instead, she's a medicinal herb that can provide medical miracles. Chen Lai was scared out of his wits when he heard this. He roared, stop talking. I won't. You won't. Hu Xiaoheng sneered. Why have we tacitly protected this biggest secret about Nianji for so many years? It's so that she can grow up like an ordinary person and live among the masses. When this secret couldn't be kept, wouldn't it be the greatest tragedy for Gu Nianji? This is different. Chen Lai struggled on his deathbed and said weakly, for us, it's our good wish to hope that Nianji can help others. Nianji has a choice, and we won't force her. But if she falls into those people's hands, she can only be a lab rat. Do you think we can be like them? Hu Xiaoheng stared in the direction of Chen Lai's voice, his eyes sharp. Nianji really has a choice. Chen Lai, in my opinion, this is moral blackmail. You're even more despicable than those people you look down on. These words were too harsh. Chen Lai hugged his head and shrank into a corner. He silently thought about Hu Xiaoheng's words, and cold sweat gradually broke out on his back. He used to think that he was different from Yi Zidan, but now it seemed like there really wasn't any difference. The only difference was that he had access to all kinds of resources through proper channels. Yi Zidan didn't have as many resources as he did, so she had to take the risk. Now, he was facing the same situation as Yi Zidan. He had unknowingly walked down the same path as Yi Zidan. Do you understand? Hu Xiaoheng let out a long sigh and threw the almost burned-out cigarette into the trash can. We all made mistakes just now. We covet something that doesn't belong to us, and we even want to act on it. Tell me, what's the difference between this and a gangster stealing and robbing a jewelry exhibition because he knows there's a treasure in it? Chen Lai hit his head with his hand, and tears flowed down his face. I was wrong. Major General Hua, I won't use Nianji's bone marrow. I will use my own abilities to save Xiao Yi. Before Nianji comes back, you better not touch her bone marrow sample, Hua Xiaoheng said lightly. Xiao Yi's life isn't in danger, and she won't be disabled to the point of being unable to move. Her injuries can wait. You don't have to let her recover immediately. At the very least, they had to wait until Gu Nianji came back. They had no right to make decisions for her. The two of them remained motionless in the darkness as they calmed their turbulent emotions. After a while, Chen Lai supported himself against the wall and stood up. He found the switch on the wall and turned on the light. The light chased away the darkness, and both of them felt relieved. They had finally balanced their guilt towards their comrade in arms with their apology towards Gu Nianji. Everyone wanted to take shortcuts, but every shortcut had its own consequences. Chen Lai took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Drink it. You've sweated a lot too. Hua Xiaoheng's summer clothes were drenched in sweat. Hua Xiaoheng took the mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and drank it in one gulp. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said calmly, "Let's go back to what I said just now." The other party sent a text message to Sao Discord. They wanted to kill two birds with one stone, but they also exposed their identity and purpose, allowing us to discover an important clue. This was probably something the person who sent the text message hadn't expected. What identity? Chen Lai was puzzled. You know who it is. Does that mean you can find Nianji immediately? Hua Xiaoheng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said calmly, "Of course not." Then what do you mean? Although we still don't know who it is, the scope has been greatly narrowed down. Chen Lai. Think about it, how many people in this world know about Nianji's special constitution? Chen Lai frowned and counted with his fingers. You, me, and Nianji's family, which is her father, no. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and walked to the window of Chen Lai's office. Gu Xiangwen doesn't know. He always thought that Nianji hadn't recovered from her illness. Don't forget, his last words before he died were all about guilt. That's right. I remember now. Chen Lai wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then what's going on? I thought it was Gu Xiangwen. After all, he's so powerful. Hua Xiaoheng stretched out his finger. We can summarize all the suspicious points related to Nianji in chronological order. First, 7 years ago, Gu Xiangwen's plane was hijacked and forced to land in the Cape of Good Hope. He escaped with his wife using hypnosis and hid in his submarine, but in the end, he didn't escape the Japanese torpedo. The submarine sank to the bottom of the sea for 7 years. Second, Gu Yanran said that Gu Nianji disappeared after learning about Gu Xiangwen's accident. She sailed her own boat out to sea and disappeared in the Caribbean Sea. Third, that year, Nianji was only 12 years old. She clearly disappeared in the Caribbean Sea, so why did she end up sitting alone in a car in the downtown area of Sea City in our country? Fourth, who brought her from the Caribbean Sea into our country? How did she enter our country? Because we couldn't find her entry records. Fifth, who was the driver of that car? Where did she go? Why did the car she was in suddenly catch fire and explode? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his 5 fingers and said thoughtfully, "Of course, the premise of these questions is that Gu Yanran didn't lie. If she lied, then the second and third points wouldn't be valid." Chen Lai slapped his head and sighed. Oh my god, this Special Operations Forces is really not a job for humans. How good of a logical analysis and memory must be. Stop flattering me. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. But regardless of whether Gu Yanran lied or not, Nianji's illness must have been cured. So, there's another person. At least there's another person who cured Nianji's illness. Maybe Nianji's special constitution has something to do with him. Chen Lai's eyes widened. His round eyes were like two small lanterns behind the round lenses. Oh my God. You mean, there's another person? Not only does this person know about Nianji's special constitution, but he might also be the person who cured her illness. That's amazing. That's amazing. Doesn't that mean he's a genius even more amazing than Gu Xiangwen? Chen Lai spun around the office excitedly. No, this person is a real genius in medicine. I really hope I have the opportunity to get to know him. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes. He didn't want to see Chen Lai like this. He said calmly, this person, let's assume that this person exists. He cured Nianji's illness and knows about Nianji's special constitution. Then what? Will he kidnap Nianji? Will he use such a clumsy method to provoke us and try to expose Nianji's special constitution to the public? Chen Lai was exhausted from spinning around and finally calmed down. He sat on his swivel chair and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said in a low voice, no. Why do you think so? Chen Lai began to speak viciously. First of all, if this person cured Nianji's illness and improved Nianji's constitution, then this person's ability is not on the same level as ours. It's even like the difference between a human and a gorilla. When have you ever seen a human be jealous of a gorilla? And show off his abilities in front of a gorilla? Hua Xiaoheng, Chen Lai said angrily again, but the person who sent the text message is obviously not the person who cured Nianji. Because he isn't sure how far Nianji's special constitution can go. He's on the same level as us. This is the second reward update of the day, Chapter 1440, Finding a Clue. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 100,000 Qidian coins awarded by the leader of I Am Master Rashi last August have been delivered for the first time. Oh, ___, oh. If you have monthly votes, vote now. During the double monthly vote period, 1 vote is equivalent to 2 votes more. Chapter 1452. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. You mean, the person who sent the text actually had doubts about this? Chen Lai nodded and said firmly, of course. If the other party was very sure, then they would have mentioned Gu Nianji's name directly. Wouldn't that have been more effective against you? That would have left no room for negotiation. So this kind of person, you say he's the person who cured Nianji. What a joke. At most, he's a person who covets other people's advanced medical skills. He's despicable, immoral, and wants to deceive the world. Chen Lai was addicted to talking and continued to talk to Hua Xiaoheng. Do you remember? I once said that Nianji had an old injury on her spine. That kind of injury is like a cat's scars caused by being thrown from a building multiple times. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed slightly. He felt that he had found the right direction in a fog. Then we can be sure that the person who cured Nianji and the person who kidnapped her this time are 2 different groups of people. Before Nianji came to us, there should have been 2 groups of people familiar with her. One group is the person who cured her, so let's assume that this group is good people. The other group is the person who abused her and experimented on her. It's very likely that this group of people are the ones who kidnapped her this time. It's very likely. Chen Lai kept nodding, but his face quickly paled. If it's the second group, then wouldn't Nianji be back to being a lab rat? Chen Lai's heart tightened at the thought that those terrifying experimental methods might be used on Nianji again. He felt extremely ashamed that he had tried to use Nianji's special constitution just now. This test had baptized him from head to toe. That was how a person's spirit and awareness grew and improved through self-reflection and self-criticism. Hua Xiao. You must save Nianji quickly. Chen Lai's face was pale. She's not a child now. Hua Xiaoheng's feelings at that moment could no longer be described with words. It was like someone had taken a sledgehammer and placed his heart on a red-hot iron plate, then smashed it down again and again. It didn't matter if he was smashed into pieces, but please don't hurt the little girl he had spoiled growing up. Hua Xiaoheng's throat bobbed. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already midnight. 15 hours had passed since Nianji disappeared at 9 in the morning. The golden time for a missing person to be rescued was 24 hours after they went missing. In other words, they only had 9 hours of prime time left. It was dark outside the window, but Hua Xiaoheng's sleep-deprived brain was still working at high speed. Nianji, where the hell are you? Mentally and physically exhausted, he blacked out and fainted in Chen Lai's office. In the office building of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng woke up on the sofa in his office with a blanket covering his body. Zhao Liangzi was sitting on a single-seater sofa with a laptop on his lap. He was checking some information. Seeing that he was awake, Zhao Liangzi immediately said, Hua Xiao, you fainted in Dr. Chen's office. Dr. Chen had someone send you here. Hua Xiaoheng immediately looked at his watch. It was already 6 in the morning. He had slept for about 5 hours. Counting from the military base in Rice City, he had indeed not slept for 4 days. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. Yeah, how was it? How's the progress? Zhao Liangzi quickly said. We found 3 of the 4 cars. Hua Xiaoheng jumped up with an ugly expression. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? You haven't slept for almost 4 days. You have to rest. Zhao Liangzi sighed softly. Besides, they're all empty cars. It's useless to wake you up. Empty cars. Hua Xiaoheng lifted the blanket and got up. He walked into the small bathroom in his office to wash up. He hadn't slept for a few days, and the stubble on his chin had grown. Zhao Liangzi stood at the bathroom door and reported to him. Yes, they're all empty cars. The car heading east was dropped off at the intersection of the highway. The license plate number is the same license plate number we saw. There's no one in the car. The car heading south has already left the imperial capital, but it was abandoned on the isolation belt by the side of the highway. There's no one in the car. The car heading west didn't go far. It was parked in the parking lot of a shopping mall. It was the first to be found and reported by the public. Of course, there's no one in the car. I've already asked someone to tow all 3 cars back. Hua Xiaoheng washed up and shaved his beard before saying, what about the car heading north? Zhao Liangzi was a little ashamed. This is the only car that has already escaped our search. They had rushed hard but still let the other party escape. In other words, the 4th car was too fast, and it was different from the other 3 cars because it had changed 3 different license plates along the way to pass through the Traffic Control Bureau's checkpoint. They didn't notice it at the time. Later, when they checked all the black SUV license plates that left the imperial capital, they found that there were 3 more scrapped license plates. Then they locked onto the target again. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused as he looked at the mirror in front of him. You mean, it has already left the imperial capital? Not only has it left the imperial capital, but it should have already left the border. Zhao Liangzi said with a pale face. Hua Xiaoheng threw away the automatic shaver and his expression darkened. Hurry up and chase after it. No matter where it goes, you have to chase after it. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi quickly stood at attention and saluted. The car was heading north. There were 2 countries across the border, Outer Mongolia and Russia. Zhao Liangzi turned around to inform the Special Operations Forces field personnel in the two countries to take over the search. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was as dark as water as he walked downstairs. He wanted to personally check the 3 black SUVs. In the Special Operations Forces parking lot, 3 tall black SUVs were lined up majestically. Hu Xiaoheng asked someone to bring the short-legged corgi over. The other staff members stood far away and didn't follow him. In the empty parking lot, the first rays of dawn shone through the clouds. The tall man in military uniform stood beside a cute, short-legged little corgi. The scene was indescribably funny, but none of them could laugh. "Go up and see if your mama has been inside," Hu Xiaoheng said expressionlessly. Fortunately, the staff members were far away. Otherwise, the people who heard him would have been shocked. The short-legged little Aaka wagged its tail and ran towards the black SUV on the far left. Although they didn't have the key, it wasn't difficult for the people of the Special Operations Forces to open the door of a car. The doors of the 3 cars were already open. The short-legged little Aaka leaped forward lightly and pounced into the car. It sniffed around the car and quickly turned around to get out of the car. It ran to the car in the middle, got out quickly, and went to the car on the far right. In less than 3 minutes, it had finished checking the 3 cars and returned to Hu Xiaoheng's side, wagging its tail. Hu Xiaoheng squatted down and patted its head. The short-legged little Aaka barked, wagged its tail, and bit Hu Xiaoheng's sleeve. It was about to leave the parking lot. Hu Xiaoheng understood what it meant. There was no scent of Gu Nianji in the 3 cars. She hadn't even been in them. This meant that they were a cover. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even have the interest to check. Where was Gu Nianji? Could she really be in the 4th car? The 4th car that had already run out of the country. Hu Xiaoheng frowned. At that moment, his phone rang. Hu Xiaoheng swiped it to answer. Zhao Liangzi's anxious voice came from the phone. "Major General Hu, we just found the whereabouts of the 4th car. It went to Siberia, Russia." "Was it the KGB who did it?" Hu Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't believe that the KGB had done it. If they knew the secret of Nianji's physique, it wouldn't have been so easy for the 2 of them to escape unscathed in Russia. Hu Xiaoheng had an indescribable feeling when he thought about his trip to Tunguska, Russia's Siberia. He frowned and remembered that Gu Nianji had gotten his private number from the KGB's second-in-command, Vladimir, and that his driver, Uncle Ivan, was Gu Nianji's good friend. Hu Xiaoheng remembered their phone numbers. Could he trust them? Hu Xiaoheng only hesitated for a second before quickly finding the driver, Ivan, and calling him. The call quickly connected, and a series of harsh Russian words popped up. "Hello. Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Hu Xiaoheng paused and said in Russian, "I'm Hu Xiaoheng, serious fiancé." The moment he mentioned serious fiancé, the driver immediately understood and quickly said, "It's Major General Hu." "Hello, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Where's Sirius? How has she been recently? I heard she's very busy." The series of questions obviously concerned Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and said, "Where's Vladimir? Is it convenient for him to answer the phone?" The driver was unhappy. "Sirius is the best with me, and she gave me the biggest red packet." "What can't you tell me?" Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "I can tell you, but I'm worried that you don't have the authority to help me." "TSK. Tell me about it." The middle-aged driver almost patted his chest. "See if I can help." "Okay." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said casually, "You know, our military parade and exercise just ended, so I'm on a long leave. I want to take Sirius to Siberia for a trip, so I'm telling you. Sirius and I are driving our own cars into the country. Do we need to report to you?" Oh. That's great. But I haven't been on leave recently, so I can't go see Sirius. The driver was extremely regretful. But you don't have to worry about entering the country. It's a small matter. I'll take care of it for you. Okay, thank you, Ivan. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was very relaxed, and the driver didn't hear anything different at all. He happily took the documents that Hu Xiaoheng had faxed over and went to complete the immigration procedures for him. With Hu Xiaoheng's identity, going to Russia for a private trip required the approval of the Russian KGB. Hu Xiaoheng used this method to go to Siberia in Russia because he didn't want Gu Nianji's kidnapping to become a hot topic in society. Although he didn't think Gu Nianji had been kidnapped by the Russian KGB, he had to be wary of others. He didn't want to attract the KGB's attention. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1441, I've done it for you. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 p.m., we'll continue to pay off the debt of last year's tips and updates O, __, O. Moi. Chapter 1453. After circling around the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the middle-aged driver, who was humming a song, bumped into Vladimir and Peter. "Boss, Peter, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged driver chuckled and hid Hu Xiaoheng's immigration documents behind his back. Peter glanced in the direction where he was hiding them. Vladimir didn't notice at all and just replied, "I should be asking you, what are you doing here? Is this where you came from?" "Ha ha ha, the weather is so good today." The middle-aged driver smiled and looked at the sky, then said, "Major General Hua is on a long vacation. Sirius is coming to Siberia with him on a private road trip. I'm helping them with some immigration procedures. I've just finished. I'll fax them back now. Hu Xiaoheng is on vacation. He's coming to our place for a private road trip." Vladimir frowned. Peter said softly, "The Huaxia Empire has just finished their military parade and exercise. They should be on vacation, right?" "Oh." Vladimir's brows furrowed slightly, and he glanced at the middle-aged driver. "All right, hurry up and send the completed procedures to them." "Okay." The middle-aged driver ran away. Vladimir was both angry and amused as he watched the middle-aged driver's bear-like back run away like a rabbit. He and Peter went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to do something, and when they came out, they remembered what the middle-aged driver had just said. He took out a cigar from his pocket, cut off the end of the cigar with a blade, and took out a lighter to light it. When the flame turned into a bright blue color, he brought the cigar closer and spun it on the bright blue color. The head of the cigar gradually turned black, and a grayish-white color appeared at the edges. There were even some scarlet sparks on the inside, and wisps of green smoke drifted out. Vladimir put the burning cigar in his mouth and took a big puff in satisfaction. He then exhaled the smoke in his mouth and closed his eyes to feel the remaining fragrance. Smoking a cigar was completely different from smoking. Peter stood quietly beside him, like a shadow that would never wake up. Vladimir quietly smoked half a cigar before saying, "Go to Siberia and keep an eye on Hu Xiaoheng. I don't believe he has the time to come to Siberia for a road trip." Peter lowered his eyes and said calmly, "Accompanying his fiancée is understandable, right? In his heart, it will always be his country and his troops. I don't think a single Sirius can influence his decisions." Vladimir's expression was extremely puzzled. Accompanying a woman on a private road trip. Only that fool, Ivan, would believe such a thing. As Vladimir spoke, he took out his phone and sent Gu Nianji a WeChat message. He asked her when she would come here to play. Gu Nianji didn't respond. Vladimir sent another message to her button, but there was still no response for a long time. Vladimir chuckled. Peter pursed his lips. "All right, I'll go take a look." "Wait." Vladimir stopped him again. He lowered his head and took a few puffs of his cigar. He exhaled the smoke and carefully savored the sweet fragrance before saying, "Can you keep an eye on him in secret and not let him find out?" Peter thought seriously for a moment. "I'll try. What if he finds out?" He didn't seem very confident that he could hide from Hua Xiaoheng forever. "Since you've been discovered by him, you should openly admit it. Anyway, when someone like him comes to our country, we have to send people to keep an eye on him." This time, that idiot Ivan opened the back door. "I hope nothing goes wrong." Vladimir had a bad feeling, and his eyelids were twitching violently. "All right, then I'll be leaving." Peter nodded and turned to leave the Internal Affairs Department. Vladimir sighed deeply when he saw that there was no one around him. He missed Elena. He really regretted not confessing earlier. That way, the two of them would have had more memories so that he could savor them for the rest of his long life. Walking out of the Internal Affairs Department's main entrance, Vladimir looked up and saw the middle-aged driver poking his head out of the car to greet him. He had a cheerful face and was naturally optimistic. Seeing him like this, Vladimir's melancholy instantly disappeared. He stepped forward and kicked the car door, then got into the car and sat down. "Drive." The middle-aged driver hummed a tune happily and said, "I've already faxed the completed procedures. Major General Hua even thanked me." Vladimir didn't want to see his smug face, so he said coldly, "Then have you asked Sirius? Did she reply to you?" The middle-aged driver shrugged and said excitedly, "No. She's been quite busy recently. She said she's going to form her own team. Isn't it great to be the chief lawyer consultant of the Senate?" "Vladimir. You even know about that." However, his mood improved a little, and he didn't stare at his phone anymore, waiting for Gu Nianji's reply. Hua Xiaoheng received a fax from the middle-aged driver. All the procedures had been completed. He immediately said to Yin Shixiang, "Prepare a private plane for me. I'm going to Siberia, Russia. Rent me a car at the airport." Yin Shixiang immediately went to arrange a private plane for him. Not long after, the plane roared into the blue sky and flew in the direction of Siberia. Hua Xiaoheng was still in close contact with Zhao Liangze and the Russians on the plane, constantly paying attention to the progress of the car. Both satellites were tuned to the direction of Siberia and tracked with the image recognition system. 2 hours later, Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the Tunguska region of Siberia. The last time, he had brought Gu Nianji from Moscow to this place to meet up with Song Jining. Half a year ago, a strange high-energy magnetic field had suddenly appeared here, attracting Russian and Huaxia scientists to flock over. However, the strange high-energy magnetic field had suddenly appeared and disappeared. The only gain was that the Huaxia Empire had obtained a large amount of data and was currently studying it intensely. After Hua Xiaoheng got off the private plane, he picked up the Russian Gaz off-road vehicle that he had rented in advance at the airport. The car had the typical characteristics of a Russian car. It looked big and black, but it was durable and had very good performance in the wild. Hua Xiaoheng was dressed like a wild tourist. The car was fully equipped, and he drove into the vast forest of Siberia alone. Major General Hua, the other party is already close to the Tunguska region of Siberia. Yes, the place you went to half a year ago. Zhao Liangse contacted Hua Xiaoheng through the Nandu satellite communication and navigation system. He cooperated with the field personnel in Russia to guide the direction of the off-road vehicle. Hua Xiaoheng wished he could drive the off-road vehicle like a supersonic fighter jet and charge through the wilderness. If he could take a shortcut, he would never take a long detour. If he could walk, he would never stop. He sped all the way and finally arrived near the sinkhole in the Tunguska region of Siberia within an hour. Zhao Liangse told him that the car had stopped at this place. Hua Xiaoheng was burning with anxiety. He drove the off-road vehicle at full speed. The last big rock was blocking the road. He didn't want to take a long detour, so he slammed on the accelerator and the entire car crashed into the big rock, knocking it away. The front of the car was only slightly scratched. Peter, who was following behind him, saw this and calmly stopped. He parked his car in the middle of the road and leaned against the car door alone. He took out a cigar and lit it. He put it in his mouth and took a puff. Then he exhaled white smoke and closed his eyes to savor the unique fragrance of the cigar in his mouth. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was solemn. He rushed to the front of the Tunguska sinkhole and slammed on the brakes. In the distance, the sky was clear and white clouds were blooming. There was water in the sinkhole, reflecting the blue sky. It was quiet everywhere, with trees and green grass. The black SUV quietly stopped at the edge of the sinkhole, forming a black silhouette that stung Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. Was there anyone inside? Was Nianji inside? Hua Xiaoheng had always been calm and collected, but at this moment, his palms were sweating. After a while, he let go of the steering wheel, pushed open the door, and jumped out. He was wearing a hunter's uniform and a bulletproof vest. He held a gun in his hand and aimed it in the direction of the car as he walked over step by step. The car was parked horizontally at the edge of the sinkhole. It was facing the direction Hua Xiaoheng was coming from. He could see through the window. As expected, there was no one inside. Where was she? Where did she go? Hua Xiaoheng put on his infrared glasses and looked over again. These glasses could see inside the car through the body of the car. If someone was hiding inside, he would be able to see it without opening the car door. However, the infrared glasses showed that there was no one in the car. There was no one hiding anywhere, not even a suitcase. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened as he observed his surroundings and walked over step by step. In his earpiece, Zhao Liangse was reporting the pictures and news from the Nandu satellite communication system. Major General Hua, the satellite tracking shows that after the car stopped there, a person got out of the car and jumped into the sinkhole. I'll send you the pictures taken by the satellite. This was the second reward and update of the day, Chapter 1442, looking forward to reply. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. The second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of I Am Master Rashi had tipped last August has arrived. Oh, intersection. Oh. Dear friends, if you have monthly votes, please vote now. During the double monthly vote period, 1 vote is equivalent to 2 votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1454. Jump down. Is there really only one person? Hua Xiaoheng was worried and continued to ask with a frown. This place was so big, and he was only one person. It was impossible for him to conduct a carpet search, so he could only rely on the Nandu satellite communication and navigation system that had been tracking in real time. The photos taken by the Nandu satellite were already very high definition. Although they couldn't capture the person's face from 10,000 meters above, their height and figure could still be clearly seen. Zhao Liangse understood what Hua Xiaoheng was thinking and quickly explained, there's only one person. Judging from the figure, it's a man, it couldn't be Nianji, and it definitely couldn't be that person who pulled Nianji down with him. Hua Xiaoheng sighed, but he didn't feel relieved. He had chased them for thousands of miles. Although they were almost a day and night late, a plane was still faster than a car. He had still caught up to them. However, he hadn't expected the other party to jump into the sinkhole. Hua Xiaoheng knew exactly what was down there. It wasn't like he hadn't gone down before. Did he come back up after jumping down? Hua Xiaoheng spoke to Zhao Liangse through his Bluetooth headset. As he asked, he raised his gun and walked towards the black SUV parked at the edge of the sinkhole. No. Our satellites have been watching this place. No one can escape our satellite tracking if they climb up, Zhao Liangse said firmly. He was also extremely worried. He wished that his eyes were on the surveillance camera so that he wouldn't miss a single frame. Hua Xiaoheng held his breath. When he was about to approach the car, he suddenly raised his gun and aimed. With 2 thuds, the sharp conical bullets of the silent pistol pierced into the black SUV's wheels. The tires immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. After walking over, he opened the car door and searched inside and out again. He even looked under the car, but there was no one. There was only one person. Did he really jump down? Hua Xiaoheng walked to the side of the car and looked down into the sinkhole. He wondered if he should go down and take a look. He wanted to see the person, dead or alive. He understood this the best. Climbing a large rock at the edge of the sinkhole, he tried to land. The bottom of his feet was the soft soil at the edge of the sinkhole. It was dark and gloomy, and below was a dark blue pool. At that moment, the black SUV suddenly shook a few times. Hua Xiaoheng instinctively turned around to find that not only was the car swaying, but he was also swaying. Was it an earthquake? Before he could turn around, the edge of the sky pit suddenly cracked. It turned out that the sky pit had begun to collapse. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used one hand to protect himself with the gun and the other to support himself with the big rock. But it was too late. Half of the sinkhole had already collapsed the last time the scientific community observed the data. This time, for some unknown reason, the entire sinkhole began to shake. The black SUV had been parked at the edge of the sinkhole. When the sinkhole began to collapse, it tilted to the side and slid down along with the mudslide that was rolling into the sinkhole. The SUV was almost smashing towards Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quickly dodged to the side and brushed past the SUV that was sliding to the bottom of the sinkhole. After rolling for an unknown period of time, it was completely buried by the mudslide and could no longer be seen. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best to stabilize his body and clung tightly to the big rock at the edge. Just as he was about to get up, he realized that the ground under him was also beginning to crack and soften. Like a landslide, it began to fall. He tried his best to control his body and tried his best to crawl forward. However, the collapse of the sinkhole had already spread beneath him. The big rock in front of him was also loosening and could no longer support his weight. Could this be another of the other party's plans? Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced. He couldn't believe the other party's meticulousness. Had these people already predicted that no matter who from the Special Operations Forces chased them here, they would come over to take a look at the car? And the Special Operations Forces had the support of the Nandu satellite. In this kind of situation, there would definitely be satellite tracking in real time. So even the Nandu satellite capturing someone jumping down was probably a part of the other party's plan. Since they saw someone jumping down, and they had also been down the sinkhole before, the Special Operations Forces tracking personnel would definitely go down to the sinkhole to see what was going on. And just as they went down, the sinkhole collapsed at the right time. Because such a large-scale mountain collapse could not have been triggered by chance. Someone had done something here long ago. Perhaps, when the strange magnetic field appeared here, this trap had already begun. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if his mind was especially clear when he was dying. In an instant, he thought of many things that he hadn't connected together before. The suspicious points connected into a line and formed a net. Standing in the middle of the net, he could see more clearly than before. But so what? He didn't have any chance to trace the source anymore, right? Although many people in their line of work ended up dying in the line of duty, and Hua Xiaoheng had long been prepared to die for his country, when this day came, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Because he still had a lot of things to do. Most importantly, he hadn't found his little Guai yet. Zhao Liangzi saw this scene from the surveillance camera thousands of miles away and almost went crazy. All the surveillance personnel in the central control room were going crazy. They could only watch helplessly as their most respected and admired chief was about to be buried in the mudslide. On the screen of the surveillance camera, it showed the scene taken from a height of 10,000 meters away. What they saw was a dark blue abyss constantly expanding, like a prehistoric monster, devouring everything around it. And at the edge of the abyss, the handsome man who had once led them to achieve one achievement after another was struggling on the line of life and death. But no matter how powerful human strength was, how could it resist the power of nature? Who could save him at this time? Zhao Liangzi remembered seeing a person just now who had followed Hua Xiaoheng in, but the car didn't drive in and only stopped by the side of the road. He searched the screen in a panic, but he didn't see the person again. He had probably seen the abnormal situation in the sinkhole ahead and had already escaped, right? In the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, all the tough men who believed in bleeding but not tears were all crying in front of the surveillance camera. Where is he? How can we let the chief take the risk alone? I want to kill that group of field agents. What are they doing? Major General Hua. Chief. Hua Xiaoheng smiled helplessly as he heard the heart-wrenching cries of his subordinates through the headset. He said casually into the Bluetooth headset. Stop howling and don't send people over to die. I failed my mission. You have to take this as a warning. He paused and said intermittently, I don't have any last words. If possible, I hope you can help me find Nianji. It didn't matter if he died. As long as they didn't give up, Nianji would be found one day. However, he might not be able to see that day. The rocks around him rolled down, and large pieces of the mountain collapsed. The trees fell one by one, and soon they would reach the land under him. The large rock he was holding onto was on the verge of collapse. Just as his arm was about to give out and be buried by the landslide, a long rope was thrown over. Hold on. The man spoke in English. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed the long rope without hesitation and tied it around his waist. The other party used all his strength and finally pulled Hua Xiaoheng out of the edge of the sinkhole that was about to collapse. Ah! Someone is coming. The chief is saved. There was a burst of cheers in the central control room. Many people knelt down, beat their heads and cried to vent their nervousness and joy. Zhao Liangzi's eyes were blurry with tears as he watched Hua Xiaoheng be pulled forward on the grass. The ground behind him fell inch by inch into the bottomless abyss. Hua Xiaoheng relaxed his entire body and didn't put any pressure on the rope on his body. This way, the other party wouldn't pull him too hard. It wasn't until he saw his car parked by the side of the road that he felt the ground under him was solid. It was no longer soft like it was about to collapse. The collapse of the sinkhole hadn't eroded this place. A pair of long legs in Russian military boots appeared in front of him. A hand reached out to pull him up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate to hold his hand and jump up. He looked up and saw that the person standing in front of him was Peter, a Russian KGB expert. He stood in front of him with drooping eyes, chewing gum in his mouth and pulling the long rope with one hand. He still looked like he would never wake up. Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and untied the long rope around his waist. Peter. Why are you here? Major General Hua, Ivan said that you came on a road trip with your fiancé. Where's your fiancé? Peter retracted the long rope and looked around. There's too much commotion here. I've already informed Vladimir. They'll be here soon. Hua Xiaoheng turned around. Under the long sky, dust and smoke lingered. His eyes were gray, and he couldn't see the blue sky or the white clouds. The dark blue sinkhole was expanding, but the inside had already been filled with mudslides. Who knew how many secrets had been buried? There was no water in the sinkhole, and the secret passage that connected to other places was also gone. Hua Xiaoheng dusted the mud off his body and looked in the direction of the sinkhole with a complicated expression. Did you see that black SUV just now? Hua Xiaoheng asked in a daze. It was parked at the edge of the sinkhole. Peter nodded. I saw it. What's wrong? Is that your car? No, I chased after this car. Hu Xiaoheng had just experienced a life-and-death situation, so his mind was exceptionally clear. He knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Russian KGB. Peter brought him back to the resort villa in Tunguska, Siberia. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had stayed here last time. Now that he saw the room that the two of them had stayed in, it was indescribably heartbreaking. Hu Xiaoheng tried his best to endure it. He went in to take a shower and washed the mud off his body. He asked Peter to carry his suitcase from the car for him. He only brought some underwear and 2 sets of hunting clothes. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he and Peter went to the restaurant to eat. He hadn't eaten for 4 or 5 days. Today, he also drank the red vegetable soup mechanically. Before he could finish his meal, Vladimir and the driver arrived at the resort villa on the KGB's special plane. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1443, The Secret Buried by Time. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the monthly votes would be 4,000 with advance updates. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes. If you have votes, hurry up and vote. Oh, __. Oh. P.S. Thank you for the 50,000 Chidian coins that President Gu tipped yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1455. Hu Xiaoheng slowly finished the last mouthful of the red vegetable soup before putting down the knife and fork. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Sit, do you want something to eat? Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, who were standing next to him and Peter. The two of them had just flown to the Tunguska resort. Vladimir's face was expressionless and he didn't move. The driver, on the other hand, sat down next to Hu Xiaoheng and asked him with widened eyes. Where's Sirius? Didn't you say that you and Sirius were on a private road trip? How dare you lie to me? As he spoke, he punched Hu Xiaoheng's back. Hu Xiaoheng didn't dodge. He just grunted and straightened his back to take the blow. The driver saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't even dodge, so he felt a little embarrassed. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng's back was as hard as iron. Even his fist hurt a little. Shaking his hand, the driver grunted, Why didn't you dodge? Are you apologizing? I'm not someone who forgives others so easily. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked up at Vladimir, who was looking at him coldly. Are you willing to listen to my reason? Vladimir's face darkened as he glared at Hu Xiaoheng fiercely. You better have a good reason. Otherwise, He didn't say what would happen, but it was obvious that his expression was already very ugly. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. Follow me. He led them to the sinkhole that had collapsed. Standing at the intersection, he looked at the sinkhole that had expanded by almost a third. The bottom of the sinkhole had been compacted by mudslides and trees, and there were no longer any abysses or secret passages. Hu Xiaoheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Vladimir. Do you want one? Vladimir shook his head and took out a cigar. I'll smoke this. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and asked Peter and the driver. Peter took it, but he didn't smoke it. He just played with it in his hand. The driver took it without hesitation and put it in his mouth. He moved closer to Hu Xiaoheng, lit up the cigarette, and took a deep puff. Hu Xiaoheng's cigarettes didn't have a brand, so they couldn't be bought on the market. It was a special brand, and the quality was especially good. The standard Yunyan cigarettes were famous for being clear, sweet, and fragrant. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and took a puff. I came here to chase that car. Because the people in the car kidnapped Sirius. What? The driver was the first to jump up. What did you say? Sirius had been kidnapped. Who did this? Is it those bastards from other countries? Vladimir deeply agreed. His expression was no longer as tense, but he still couldn't bear it. Are you serious? Serious, was kidnapped. Hua Xiaoheng calmly recounted what had happened in Gu Nianji's apartment, then said, four identical SUVs drove out of the third ring road and headed in 4 directions. We found 3 cars, and the 4th was the one parked here. He pointed in the direction of the sinkhole. Peter also added to what happened just now. He also recorded the video to show that everything Hua Xiaoheng said was true. Vladimir looked at the video in shock. They hadn't set up this trap, but who would be so powerful? They were trying to involve the Russian KGB as well, weren't they? He immediately said, Major General Hua, please believe us. We have such a good relationship with Sirius. We're definitely not the kind of despicable people who would touch someone's family just because they have a grudge against their work. For intelligence industry workers like them, it was a taboo to have their family targeted for revenge. Therefore, in the eyes of Vladimir and the driver, Gu Nianji had been kidnapped because of Hua Xiaoheng. She had been caught in the crossfire. Hua Xiaoheng's enemy must have kidnapped her to threaten Hua Xiaoheng. This kind of thing was a big taboo for regular intelligence agencies. Everyone had family, so who would want to encounter such a situation? Only despicable terrorists with no bottom line would use kidnapping someone's family to threaten people. Peter smiled and said slowly, who's so powerful that they could kidnap someone from Major General Hua's hands? The driver was so angry that he howled. I want to see which SOB is so fearless that he dares to touch our family. At that moment, Gu Nianji had already become his family in his heart. Peter couldn't help glancing at him and reminded him. Sirius isn't Russian. In other words, what did it have to do with them? The driver spat at him. Peter, how can you be so cruel? Serves you right for not having a girlfriend. Peter. He was just trying to be fair. Who did his future girlfriend offend? Vladimir looked at Hua Xiaoheng's solemn expression and patted him on the shoulder. Tell us. If you need our help, we won't hide it. He pouted at Peter. Here, Peter is the best at tracking. Tell him about it, and he might give you a surprise. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect anyone to help him. He only told them about the matter in the hope that these people wouldn't cause trouble for him. Moreover, he couldn't tell them the real reason why Gu Nianji had been kidnapped. After thinking for a while, he said, I know what I'm doing. I appreciate your kindness. I have to come this time. This is the last car. I hope you can understand. No matter what reason he had indeed lied to the driver. However, the driver didn't care at all. He quickly said, I can understand that you're doing it for Sirius. Don't apologize. When Sirius comes back, remember to ask her to tell us that she's safe. When he said this, he looked at Hua Xiaoheng with almost pity in his eyes. Even the most picky Vladimir didn't say a word. He didn't say anything about pursuing Hua Xiaoheng's responsibility. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt that Gu Nianji was doomed. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon. It was usually revenge. You killed my people back then, so I killed your family to vent my anger. If Gu Nianji had really been kidnapped by Hua Xiaoheng's international enemies this time, then she probably wouldn't be able to come back. Hua Xiaoheng knew that they had misunderstood, but he didn't explain because there was no way to explain it. The more he said, the more trouble Gu Nianji would be in. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want the KGB to join the ranks of those who coveted Gu Nianji's special constitution. He turned the car key and said, that's how it is. I have to go back. There are no clues here, but I have other clues to follow. Okay then. We'll also help you keep an eye on things. Once we have news of Sirius, we'll definitely let you know. Vladimir shook his hand and said goodbye. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said softly, I hope you can keep this a secret and don't let anyone else know about this. The middle-aged driver didn't understand. Why? Only when everyone knows can they help you find her. I don't want to be the focus of the news, Hu Xiaoheng said implicitly. Can you understand how I feel? Okay. The middle-aged driver realized that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't given up on the pursuit, so he sympathized with him. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. The KGB was the best at keeping secrets anyway, so it wasn't difficult to do so. Watching Hu Xiaoheng get into the car and drive away, the middle-aged driver asked in confusion. Does he think Sirius is still alive? Vladimir empathized with Hu Xiaoheng's feelings and said faintly, as long as he doesn't see the body, he'll think she's still alive, living in a corner of the world. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was solemn as he quickly drove back to the airport. After completing the simple procedures, he quickly boarded his private plane. Russia's Siberian International Airport wasn't big or small, but there were still many planes taking off and landing every day. They waited at the airport for a while before the airport's air traffic control signaled that they could take off. The private plane immediately whistled into the sky and flew towards the imperial capital. Sitting on the plane, he rubbed his phone and opened it to look at the messages Gu Nianji had sent him in the past. He felt very upset. More than 30 hours had passed, but there was still no news from Gu Nianji. Where was his breakthrough point? Who else knew about Gu Nianji's special constitution? Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of He Zhichu. He should know, right? Although Hu Xiaoheng wasn't sure, he only suspected that He Zhichu might know because they had never talked about it openly. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to take the initiative to mention it. He wanted as few people as possible to know about Gu Nianji's special constitution. Now there was only Chen Lai, and he was still causing trouble for him from time to time. He Zhichu had never talked to him about it either. They had always been in a tacit state. But would He Zhichu do such a thing? This was today's second monthly vote update, 4,000 plus updates, Chapter 1444, The Secret Buried by Time, 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes. If you have votes, hurry up and vote. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1456. Hu Xiaoheng stared ahead with an extremely calm expression. His gaze was empty, as if he had no focus. Intuitively, he didn't want to contact He Zhichu, nor did he want to. It wasn't that he cared about his reputation, nor was it that he was afraid of He Zhichu's ulterior motives towards Gu Nianji. It was an inexplicable intuition. He Zhichu was here for Gu Nianji. He knew this very well. Hu Xiaoheng still didn't understand what his goal was. He Zhichu had hidden too many things from them, but they couldn't get to the bottom of it because they couldn't get to the bottom of it. Hu Xiaoheng's attitude towards things and people he didn't understand was to stay away from them. But this time, he had no choice but to talk to He Zhichu openly about this issue. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to believe that the person who kidnapped Gu Nianji was He Zhichu. Because if He Zhichu really wanted to kidnap Gu Nianji, he had too many opportunities in the past. There was no need to set up a trap like this. However, perhaps He Zhichu might know more information. After all, he should be familiar with Gu Nianji's special constitution. At this point, he had even laid his cards on the table with the Russian KGB. He Zhichu would feel bad if he didn't ask about it. Moreover, He Zhichu seemed to be very familiar with Gu Nianji's past. This time, He Zhichu should be honest with them, right? Hu Xiaoheng weighed the pros and cons for a long time before finally making up his mind. He dialed He Zhichu's number. It was 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon in the imperial capital. He Zhichu had just finished his postgraduate class. He didn't want to eat dinner, so he sat on the sofa in the living room with a glass of red wine and stared out the window. Feeling his phone vibrate, He glanced at it and was surprised to see that it was Hu Xiaoheng calling. Major General Hu, why are you calling me? Hu Xiaoheng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Professor He, Nianji was kidnapped yesterday. Do you know who did it? What? He Jichu's heart tightened, and he almost couldn't hold the red wine glass in his hand. Say that again. He quickly switched to his phone's GPS system and saw that the little red dot belonged to Gu Nianji. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and sneer. No way. She's obviously at home. Then give her a call and see if she's at home. After Hu Xiaoheng said that, he felt that something was amiss. How do you know she's at home? You're at her apartment. He Jichu was speechless. He couldn't tell Hu Xiaoheng that he had installed a GPS in Gu Nianji's phone. He said ambiguously, shouldn't they be home from work at this hour? He had actually spoken to Gu Nianji on the phone last week and knew that Gu Nianji was busy forming a team for her office. She worked until 9 o'clock every day before returning home. His heart ached for her, so he tried his best to reduce the time they spent in contact. He did not want to waste her time and hoped that she would have more time to sleep. All he had to do was look at his phone's GPS location every night before he went to bed and he would know where she was. He clearly remembered that Gu Nianji's location showed that she was at home last night. But Hu Xiaoheng said she was kidnapped at 9 a.m. yesterday. What was going on? Had Hu Xiaoheng lost his mind and started a lie, or, He Jichu thought of a possibility, and his face turned livid. He put down his wine glass heavily and opened the antivirus software on his phone. As expected, the GPS app on his phone had been tampered with. Just like the 4 lines of intelligent programming language that Hong Kongwan had inserted into the central control system to hide his whereabouts, the very advanced GPS app on He Jichu's phone had also been added with such a function. Therefore, his surveillance of Gu Nianji's location was completely ineffective. He Jichu suddenly stood up. What the hell is going on? Where are your surveillance cameras? I want to see the surveillance cameras. He knew that Hu Xiaoheng had installed a lot of surveillance cameras at Gu Nianji's place. Hu Xiaoheng was on the plane, so it was not very convenient to make a phone call. Moreover, he did not want to waste any more time, so he said directly, go to our headquarters now. Little Zay will pick you up and tell you the details. Because his plane would take 4 hours to return to the imperial capital, he did not want to wait for another 4 hours. After speaking, Hu Xiaoheng called Zhao Liangzi again and asked him to go to the entrance of the headquarters to pick He Jichu up. He wanted to see the video surveillance footage at the time, especially the video surveillance of the 4 cars appearing at the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. He wanted to see what He Jichu thought about the 4 cars. Although the 4 cars proved to be a cover, Hu Xiaoheng felt that the cover also had its own purpose. Why would the other party use this method as a cover? Could it be that it was just to confuse them and increase the search time? Hu Xiaoheng's intuition told him that it was a trap, but with their knowledge and technical level, he could not find out what the trap was. He could only wait and see if He Jichu would have a different opinion. Zhao Liangzi received Hu Xiaoheng's call and immediately contacted He Jichu. He found that He Jichu moved very quickly and was already on the way to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. 10 minutes later, Zhao Liangzi received He Jichu at the entrance of the headquarters. Zhao Liangzi greeted the guard and led He Jichu into the headquarters. They went directly to Hu Xiaoheng's office building. Along the way, Zhao Liangzi told He Jichu in detail about Gu Nianji's kidnapping. He Jichu's expression was cold and indifferent. It was obvious that he was in a state of rage, but he had good self-restraint and did not show it. However, the coldness he exuded was more severe than before. Although it was midsummer in August, the people standing next to him shuddered. This man was really angry, this thought flashed through Zhao Liangzi's mind. However, he could also understand that when Hu Xiao learned that Gu Nianji had been kidnapped, he was also in the same state. However, Hu Xiaoheng was more shrewd and could hide his emotions better. He was not as cold as He Zhichu, who could freeze people to death. He Zhichu's expression was cold as he followed Zhao Liangzi into Hu Xiaoheng's office. "Professor He, please have a seat." Zhao Liangzi also called Yin Shixiang over, and the two of them received He Zhichu together. He Zhichu had no intention of making small talk with them. He said coldly, "Where's your surveillance video?" "Hu Xiaoheng asked me to come and see it." His attitude was polite with a trace of undisguised arrogance. He continued to mock them coldly, "Aren't you guys very powerful? I thought that with Hu Xiaoheng, Nianji would be safe." Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang did not refute him. They silently turned on the big screen in Hu Xiaoheng's office and connected the surveillance video to it. He Zhichu glared at them and shifted his gaze to the big screen hanging on the office wall. The surveillance footage from Gu Nianji's apartment was missing 10 minutes, so their surveillance footage was from before and after those 10 minutes. He Zhichu put his hands in his pockets, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were silent as he stared fixedly in the direction of the big screen. Zhao Liangzi, on the other hand, seemed to be staring at the computer screen, but he was actually adjusting the surveillance footage in Hu Xiaoheng's office. He aimed it at He Zhichu and filmed his expression and actions. He Zhichu was a very powerful lawyer, so they had to be careful and not let Hu Xiaoheng be criticized by him. Yin Shixiang accompanied He Zhichu and looked at the big screen on the wall. Just as the surveillance video showed the 18-wheeler truck suddenly rushing out and blocking the video surveillance at the intersection, and then the 4 black SUVs suddenly driving in 4 directions, He Zhichu's eyes flashed, but his expression did not change. He quietly watched as Zhao Liangzi finished playing their surveillance video. After watching it once, He Zhichu frowned and asked calmly, "This is your clue? Where's Nianji? Where's the person in the car? Do you have a portrait?" Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes. "If we had a portrait, would we still need to run around like headless flies?" "What do you mean?" He Zhichu's expression froze. "You're not looking for these 4 cars and are just staying in the office. Are you waiting for them to walk into a trap?" Zhao Liangzi glanced at Yin Shixiang and said calmly, "Professor He, to tell you the truth, we've already found 3 of these 4 cars. They're in the parking lot outside. Hu Xiao just chased the other one to Russian Siberia, but he found nothing. The person we're looking for isn't in it. Professor He, what do you think?" He Zhichu's expression became even colder. He looked at Zhao Liangzi. "You're asking me what I think? After something like this happened, why aren't you trying to find Nianji as soon as possible? Why are you looking for clues here? Are you out of your minds?" Zhao Liangzi, Yin Shixiang, "Professor He, don't hide it anymore. We know how capable you are. Can't you give us some ideas?" Yin Shixiang decided to get straight to the point. He Zhichu sneered. "I'm just an ordinary professor in your country. How capable do you think I am?" That was the truth. Yin Shixiang scratched his head. He Zhichu's manpower and connections were all in the United States. His status and power in the United States were much greater than in the Huaxia Empire. But for Gu Nianji, he was willing to stay in the Huaxia Empire and become an ordinary university professor. And Gu Nianji wasn't even with him. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi sympathized with him even more. Zhao Liangzi thought about it and said tactfully, "There's nothing we can do. You see, the clues for the 4 cars have all been cut off. Hu Xiao and we are all hoping that you can help us. Besides, this is not for anyone else but for Miss Gu. So you know it's for Nianji." He Zhichu couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the small coffee table in front of him and said angrily, "What the hell are you doing? How could he just watch as the 4 cars ran away just like that? Where's Nianji's security? Where's your manpower? Isn't Hu Xiaoheng very capable? Is that all he can do?" Professor He, let's not talk about the fact that our people were almost crippled by the kidnappers and are still unconscious. Let's talk about the fact that we only found out about Ninji's accident 10 minutes later. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1445, Secrets Buried by Time, 3. A reminder to everyone for their monthly and recommendation votes. The monthly vote at 8 p.m. was 4,500 plus updates. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Oh, __intersection. Oh. P.S. Thank you, President Momo Moshi, for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you, President Enigmayanxi, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1457. Only 10 minutes. Hijichu sneered, his eyes bloodshot. Do you know that you can make a living person disappear in front of your eyes in 7 seconds? 1 minute and you'll die without a burial. What's more, you're 10 minutes late. What a bunch of useless people who do nothing. But those people didn't kidnap Ninji to kill her. Yin Shixiang retorted without showing any weakness. They didn't even kill Xiao Yi. Also, our colleagues have done everything they could for Ninji. What reason do you have to blame us? Zhao Liangse had already mentioned Xiao Ye's condition on the way to the office building. He Jichu scoffed. This is her responsibility. What's wrong? Do you expect us to be grateful for the work you were supposed to do? How can you say that? Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangse were furious. They were furious at He Jichu's condescending attitude. He Jichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and said coldly, "That's how I've always spoken. You lost Nianji, and now you're asking me for my opinion. I advise you to save your energy and mobilize your people. Do your job well and don't think about taking shortcuts. Professor He, do you really have no clue at all? Think about it, who hates Ninji the most? Do you hate Ninji the most?" Seeing that an argument was about to break out, Yin Shixiang ran his fingers through his hair in frustration and apologized to He Jichu. "It was our fault just now. We were too impulsive. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive us." He Jichu looked at him coldly and kicked again. This time, he flipped the small coffee table in front of the sofa. "Who hates Ninji the most? She's offended a lot of people for your Huashao, and now you're asking me. Why don't you ask the people who have a grudge against him?" Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangse looked at each other in surprise. He Jichu's words made sense. For Huashaohing's sake, Gu Nianji had indeed stood up for many people. Prime Minister Do was far away, and Prime Minister Tan was near. There was Major General Hua's grandfather, Hua Xuanong, and there was Kai Xingnan, who was completely unrelated to him. Would these people have the means to commit such a crime? According to this analysis, even Hua Xiao's father, Hua Guanchen, would not be able to escape responsibility. Professor He, calm down. No one could take this kind of thing. We understand your feelings. Zhao Liangse walked over and lifted the coffee table. He bent down to pick up the broken coffee cup and ashtray. Yin Shixiang came over with a mop and said sullenly, "Professor He, there are surveillance cameras here. If you lose your temper again, you will have to bear legal responsibility." He Jichu looked down at the broken pieces of porcelain that had fallen to the ground at his feet. His expression was cold. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangse were a little disappointed. They thought that He Jichu would be able to discover different clues. Because they had seen He Jichu's appearance abroad, they knew that he was very capable, but looking at him now, he seemed to be at his wit's end. Although he tried his best to control himself, Yin Shixiang could still see that He Jichu's hands were clenched into fists and seemed to be trembling. The corners of his eyes were also slightly red and watery. He looked like he was about to cry. This person's heart is also suffering. Yin Shixiang's heart softened again. He Jichu took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He said dryly, I'm sorry. I lost my composure just now. It's okay, we understand. Yin Shixiang quickly said and handed He Jichu a pack of tissues. We all know that you love Nianji and are worried about her safety. He Jichu nodded and didn't take the tissue from Yin Shixiang. He blocked it with his hand. I'm sorry, I'm very confused right now. I'm afraid I can't control my own emotions. Yin Shixiang looked at the mess in the office and thought to himself, if you can't control it, how can you not control it? But he didn't say it out loud. He only comforted him. We are all working hard. We will definitely save Nianji. He Jichu nodded. His voice was thick with a nasal sound. I believe you. I need to go back and calm down now. I'll think about what I can do to help. He held onto the wall and staggered to the door. Seeing how uncomfortable he was, Yin Shixiang didn't force him. He raised his voice from behind and said, Okay, if Professor He thinks of any clues, please let us know immediately. Zhao Liangzi got up to see him out and also said, Professor He, you have always loved Nianji so much. Now that she has suffered so much, please let us know if you have any clues. He Jichu stopped in his tracks and looked back at them. He said solemnly, I am more worried about Nianji's safety than anyone else. Don't worry, I will definitely let you know if there are any clues. He Jichu got into his car at the entrance of the headquarters and slammed on the accelerator. The car drove faster than a supercar. Zhao Liangzi shook his head and called Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, Professor He doesn't seem to know much more than we do. He just looked at the surveillance footage and said he wants to go back and calm down. He wants to think about what he can do to help us. Hu Xiaoheng was also extremely disappointed. That's all. He didn't say anything. He's about to break down. He was kicking and kicking in your office just now. Zhao Liangzi walked back with his phone in hand. We recorded the surveillance footage. You can look at it yourself when you come back. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. Do you have any other clues on your side? Not at the moment. Then continue to investigate. Remember to keep in touch with He Jichu, Hu Xiaoheng ordered. To Hu Xiaoheng, they couldn't let go of any clues. 4 hours later, at around 10 p.m., Hu Xiaoheng's private plane landed at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. Yin Shixiang was waiting for him with his driver, Fan Jian. As soon as he picked up Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang said, Hu Xiao, thank you for your hard work. Is there really no clue from Siberia? What about that car? Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and sat in the back seat of the car. He said calmly, no, that car fell into the Tunguska sinkhole. Yin Shixiang, he smiled sheepishly. It seems that these 4 cars were really a cover. Professor He didn't give any clues today and went back disappointed. I thought he'd be able to see something. Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and direct. Did he call? 4 hours had passed since He Jichu left the headquarters building of the Special Operations Forces. Not yet. Yin Shixiang shrunk his neck. He actually didn't have much hope for He Jichu. If they were in the United States, He Jichu would still be able to contribute a lot. Now that they were in their country, Yin Shixiang really didn't think that He Jichu would be able to find more clues than them. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang quickly explained, he was really angry at that time. I saw that his eyes were red. In the end, he kicked over your coffee table in a rage. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng was still not satisfied, Yin Shixiang added. And we have surveillance cameras covering all angles. If you have any questions, you can go directly to the surveillance cameras. Hu Xiaoheng frowned slightly and thought about it. He felt that there was something wrong with He Jichu's reaction. With how much he valued Gu Nianji, he didn't react for a long time after knowing that she had been kidnapped. Even if he couldn't do anything himself, wouldn't he still have to rely on the Special Operations Forces to urge them to act quickly? This really didn't seem like He Jichu's style. Hu Xiaoheng immediately took out his phone and dialed He Jichu's number. However, no one picked up the phone and it went straight to the voicemail. Hu Xiaoheng immediately said, "Go to the B University professor's building. I want to see He Jichu." The driver, Fan Jian, quickly turned the steering wheel in the direction of B University. He called all the way, but no one picked up. There was only voicemail. When they arrived at the B University professor's building where He Jichu lived, Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car and asked Yin Shixiang to go to the building manager and ask to see He Jichu. Without the building manager's permission, they couldn't enter the elevator to go up to the floor where He Jichu lived. The building manager was already asleep and was woken up by Yin Shixiang knocking on the door. He showed his ID to the building manager and said, "Hello, I'm a friend of Professor He. I have something to talk to him about. May I ask if you can let us up?" The building manager looked at him and asked suspiciously, "You're a friend of Professor He?" "Yes," Yin Shixiang quickly said, "I've been here before. Don't you remember? Look at my ID." Perhaps Yin Shixiang was too intimidating. The building manager nodded and said, "Since you're his friend, you can call him directly, right?" "I did, but no one picked up. It was all voicemail." Yin Shixiang pretended to be anxious and concerned. "I'm worried that something happened to him." "Oh, I see." The building manager smiled. "That's fine. Professor He said he had something urgent to attend to and left a few hours ago." "He left?" Yin Shixiang cried out involuntarily. "Where did he go?" "He went back to the United States." The building manager pointed in the direction of the door. "I heard that Professor He is very powerful in the United States. He has his own private plane and can leave whenever he wants. He doesn't have to buy plane tickets and move luggage like ordinary people like us. This is today's second monthly ticket, 4,500 plus updates, Chapter 1446, The Secret Buried by Time, 4. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Today is Monday, and recommendation tickets are especially important. Oh, intersection. Oh. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1458. Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat when he heard that He Jichu had returned to the United States. He didn't waste any more time and quickly came out. He opened the car door and said anxiously to Hu Xiaoheng, "Major General Hu, the building manager just said that Professor He returned to the United States a few hours ago." Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and got out of the car. He quickly walked to the building manager and knocked on his counter. "Hand over the key to Professor He's apartment. The police are investigating the case." "Police? Police?" The building manager was shocked. "What law did Professor He break? You want to investigate him? This has nothing to do with you." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand. Yin Shixiang quickly took out a police ID. The Special Operations Forces had a lot of IDs. They could take one whenever they needed it. The building manager looked at Yin Shixiang and said timidly, "You didn't show this ID just now." Yin Shixiang said nonchalantly, "The police are handling a case. I just wanted to test you." The building manager had no choice but to call the campus security department. After obtaining permission, he took Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang walked in after opening the door of Professor He's apartment. Everything in the room was in order, and there was an unfinished glass of red wine on the coffee table. It looked like he had just gone downstairs for a walk. It was impossible to tell that the people here had already gone to the United States. Why did He Ji-chu suddenly return to the United States? Hu Xiaoheng didn't say a word and left He Ji-chu's apartment with Yin Shixiang. After returning to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng instructed, inform a few people to keep an eye on B University. Inform me when He Ji-chu returns. Also, have the North American field agents keep an eye on He Ji-chu. He has residencies in Boston and Washington. After some thought, Hu Xiaoheng added, also, keep an eye on the He family in South America. See if He Ji-chu will return. Yin Shixiang memorized everything and quickly went to arrange the manpower. 10 minutes later, Yin Shixiang returned to report, Major General Hu, the manpower has been arranged. B University, Boston and Washington in North America, and South America are all in place. He then asked in confusion, why did Professor He suddenly return to the United States at this juncture? Is it related to Nianji's whereabouts? Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists and said calmly, if it's not, then he has been too good at pretending these past 2 years. All the things he had done for Gu Nianji and the feelings he had shown, were they all fake? No matter what, He Ji-chu would never harm Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng was very sure of that. So even though he had many questions in his mind, he still waited patiently for He Ji-chu's plane to arrive at the airport in the United States. It took 12 hours to fly from the imperial capital to the eastern United States. 4 or 5 hours had passed, and getting to America was not as easy as going to Russia. By the time he finished all the paperwork, it would be too late to give chase. He was also worried that it was a trap like what happened in Tunguska, so he did not act rashly this time. Hu Xiaoheng instructed Zhao Liangzi to keep in touch with He Ji-chu as he returned to his official residence. It was already midnight. With a sullen face, he went to the bedroom to get a few changes of clothes and returned to the office building. That night, he did not sleep again. He took out all aspects related to the case and re-examined them to see if he had missed anything. Gu Nianji's diamond earrings had been thrown away, and her phone couldn't be located. It seemed like the other party either knew them very well, or they were their foreign counterparts. Because only those in the same trade as them could do things so meticulously. But if it was a foreign counterpart, it was impossible for him to be ignorant. One of the main tasks of the Special Operations Forces in the field abroad was to keep an eye on their foreign counterparts. If he hadn't noticed such a big thing, then Hu Xiaoheng, as the general commander, could commit suicide to atone for his sins. He had not done his job well at all. But excluding their foreign counterparts, who else could do it to this extent? He thought about it all the way. Every time he felt that there was a turning point, he would think of a new point of doubt. It was as if he had walked into a dead end. Hu Xiaoheng kept deducing from the form in front of him. It wasn't until a ray of dawn climbed onto his desk through the window crack that he realized it was already dawn. He looked at his watch. It was already past 6:00. In 2 hours, He Ji-chu's private plane should arrive on the east coast of the United States, right? The Special Operations Forces in North America had sent him flight information from several major airports on the east coast of the United States earlier, confirming that He Ji-chu's plane would land at Boston International Airport. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and planned to call He Ji-chu as soon as his plane arrived at the airport. It was time for them to have a good talk. Looking at the rising sun outside the window, Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his temples and got up to lie on the sofa for a while. He immediately fell asleep. When he woke up again, 2 hours had passed. He Ji-chu's plane should have landed by now. Hu Xiaoheng jumped up from the sofa and ordered Yin Shixiang, who had already arrived at work, to call He Ji-chu immediately. Yin Shixiang immediately dialed and found that it was still voicemail. No one answered the phone. Call the field and ask if He Ji-chu's plane has landed. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and walked around the office. The Special Operations Forces field officer at Boston International Airport looked at the information display and said to Yin Shixiang, the plane has just landed. I'll go and ask again. In the end, he went to the tarmac and came back with a livid face. He said to Yin Shixiang, I was tricked by him. Professor, his private plane landed an hour ago, but he told the airport's air traffic control not to change the landing time. So the display still shows the original landing time. Yin Shixiang also felt that something was wrong when he heard this. He turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hu Xiao, Professor, he arrived in Boston an hour ago. Then where is he? Hu Xiaoheng stopped. Why can't I get through to him? Yin Shixiang shook his head with a bitter smile. How would I know? He just won't pick up. Get little Zay to come over and change the number and IP address. I don't believe he won't pick up. Hu Xiaoheng punched the desk and gritted his teeth. This He Zhichu. What the hell is he doing? Zhao Liangzi was also called over and began to use various methods to call He Zhichu's phone. However, whether it was his phone or his landline, there was only voicemail. They tried for an entire hour until the status of He Zhichu's phone suddenly changed to, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. It was exactly the same situation as when they called Gu Nianji's phone. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. They both had a bad feeling. Hu Xiaoheng's face was dark. He strode over and stood behind Zhao Liangzi. Just as he was about to see how he was tracking He Zhichu's phone, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly took it out. Before he could swipe it open, he saw a text message pop up. It was actually from He Zhichu. He Zhichu, I'm going home. I'm never coming back. You don't have to continue looking for Nianji. If you want to avenge little Nianji, kill Gu Yanran and pay with your life. What did this mean? Hu Xiaoheng was stunned. What did He Zhichu mean? Did he know that Gu Nianji was already? Hu Xiaoheng's entire body was cold. It was as if the Arctic air had suddenly invaded his office. He was almost frozen from the inside out. He stood in the middle of his office, his eyes fixed on his phone. He was as motionless as a clay sculpture. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He gripped his phone so tightly that he almost crushed it. Seeing this, Yin Shixiang quickly came over and tried to take the phone from him. He shouted, "Don't lose your temper at the phone. There's a lot of important information in it." At that moment, he saw the text message from He Zhichu. It flashed on Hu Xiaoheng's phone screen and disappeared. The phone screen turned black and entered locked mode again. Yin Shixiang's eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. This. What does Professor He mean? Nianji. Nianji has already been killed. Could this have something to do with Gu Yanran? Yin Shixiang was in disbelief. He screamed. No way. Gu Yanran was specially imprisoned by us. She's been locked up for almost a year. How could she have planned such an operation? If she's so powerful, why didn't she go to heaven? Why didn't she kidnap herself first, but deal with Nianji first? This is completely illogical. Yin Shixiang refused to believe this possibility. Zhao Liangzi looked up from behind the computer and asked blankly, "Big Xiong, what nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? What happened to Nianji? She'll be fine. Xiao Yi is fine. Besides, what does this have to do with Gu Yanran?" Hu Xiaoheng couldn't figure it out either, and for some reason, his heart was beating wildly. The sound of thumping echoed in his ears like a drum. What did He Zhichu mean? After a long time, Hu Xiaoheng let out a sigh and slowly calmed down. He raised his head and said word by word. I want to see her if she's alive, and I want to see her corpse if she's dead. Have our people in North America follow He Zhichu immediately, and have the South American field agents guard near the He family's house in South America. See when he'll return. He wanted to run away after saying something that made no sense. Did he really think he didn't know where his hometown was? He wouldn't come back just because he said he wouldn't come back. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes were solemn. When He Zhichu appeared 2 years ago, Hu Xiaoheng had sent people to investigate his background in South America. The underground godfather of South America was indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't compete with the power of the entire Huaxia Empire. Like Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, Hu Xiaoheng also refused to believe that Gu Nianji had been killed. However, He Zhichu's mention of Gu Yanran in his text message alerted him. Could it be that there really was a loophole in their manpower? That Gu Yanran could wreak havoc in their territory? But just as Yin Shixiang had said, this was illogical. If Gu Yanran really had such great power, the first thing she would do would be to get herself out of prison. Otherwise, she would be in Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Even if she killed Gu Nianji, she wouldn't be able to escape death. This didn't make sense at all. However, since He Zhichu had said so, he must have had his reasons. Hu Xiaoheng had already made up his mind as he thought about it. He said, "As for Gu Yanran, check all the surveillance cameras in the place where Gu Yanran is being held again. Don't make any moves for the time being. Be tight on the outside but loose on the inside. Don't alert the enemy. See if anyone has contacted her." He wanted to wait and see who was so powerful that they dared to support Gu Yanran at this critical juncture. That place was the territory of the Special Operations Forces, and there were people more important and powerful than Gu Yanran imprisoned there. However, so far, no one had been able to do anything in there. What was going on? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1447, The Secret Buried by Time, 5. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. At 8 p.m., the monthly ticket was 5,000 with an advance update. P.S. Originally, the monthly ticket was still quite far away, but I think everyone will hate this broken chapter, so I'll add one more update at night. Mwah. Chapter 1459. Hu Xiaoheng swiped open his phone and read the text message from He Zhichu expressionlessly for a while. That short sentence took him half an hour to read. Little Zay, play the video of He Zhichu watching the surveillance footage here today. Hu Xiaoheng put away his phone and flicked his hand on the desk. Zhao Liangzi quickly connected the surveillance footage of the office today to the big screen on the wall. They had recorded He Zhichu's every move in Hu Xiaoheng's office today. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the big screen on the wall without batting an eyelid. When the surveillance footage showed the 4 black SUVs appearing, Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight. Replay the surveillance footage. Zhao Liangzi played the surveillance footage again. They saw He Zhichu standing in the middle of the office, his eyes also staring at the big screen on the wall. His expression didn't change much until the 4 black SUVs appeared. His eyes flashed quickly. This expression was too slight and brief. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't had sharp eyes and slowed down the speed of the surveillance footage, it would have been difficult to notice. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers tapped lightly on the table. He thought to himself, there was indeed something wrong with these 4 cars, and there was also something wrong with He Zhichu's attitude. He frowned, as if he was discussing it with Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, but also as if he was talking to himself. Nianji should be fine. If something happened, if it really happened, He Zhichu wouldn't have reacted like this. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. If something really happened to Nianji, Professor, he would tear down our building today. He must have deliberately misled us. He doesn't want us to follow him to save Nianji. The two of them agreed at once, but they were actually just putting on a brave front. They were also worried. What if there was a 1 in a million chance? Hu Xiaoheng frowned and said, from He Zhichu's reaction, he most likely knows clues about Nianji's kidnapping. Maybe he even knows who did it. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other and scratched their heads in unison. They felt that it was difficult to answer this question. Because the answer to this question would affect their future plans, and it would also directly affect Gu Nianji's life. Hua Xiaoheng was also very conflicted. Of course, he hoped that He Zhichu could really save Gu Nianji. Falling into He Zhichu's hands was better than falling into the hands of unknown criminals. However, he absolutely could not allow He Zhichu to control Gu Nianji, so he still had to continue investigating. Continue investigating. Keep a close eye on He Zhichu's lead. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Big Xiong, help me with the paperwork to go to the United States. He paused. Use another identity. This was another attempt to enter the United States under a fake identity. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi objected in unison. Mr. Hua. You can't go. I'll go. They could not let their commander be in danger again. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the window and placed both hands on the windowsill. He looked out at the scorching summer sun and pursed his lips. It's fine. Help me with the paperwork. You two will come with me. They didn't expect that in the afternoon, when Yin Shixiang had just finished the paperwork for his trip to America, their field personnel at the university would send back an important message. Hua Xiao, Professor, he resigned from B University. He really won't be coming back. Yin Shixiang quickly relayed the field personnel's findings to Hua Xiaoheng and forwarded He Zhichu's resignation email to Hua Xiaoheng's mailbox. They had been hoping for a fluke before, but they didn't expect He Zhichu to even resign from his position as a professor of law at B University. He really didn't plan to return to the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, contact the field personnel in the United States and ask them to find out how He Zhichu's work in the United States is going. He Zhichu was a partner of the largest law firm in the United States and a tenured professor at Harvard Law School. These two jobs were the jobs He Zhichu had before he came to teach at B University in the Huaxia Empire. An hour later, the American field personnel sent two unfortunate pieces of news. Professor He resigned from Harvard Law School in the United States and sold his partner's shares in the largest law firm. All of Professor He's real estate in the United States has been transferred to a trust fund. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists tightly. When did this happen? It happened this morning. The American field personnel gave him a time. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and looked at it. It was the time He Zhichu had sent him a text message. In other words, as soon as He Zhichu returned to the United States in the morning, he sent several emails to resign from B University and Harvard Law School. He asked someone to sell his partner's shares and signed the trust fund transfer letter to transfer all of his real estate to the trust fund. No matter how he looked at it, this move didn't seem premeditated. Because according to the information obtained by the American field personnel, He Zhichu had almost sold his partner's shares at a low price in a hurry. Immediately after, the Special Operations Forces field personnel in South America who were in charge of keeping an eye on the He family also sent a special urgent message. A few hours ago, He Zhichu transferred all of the He family's assets in South America to a large family in Colombia. The He family's power was almost wiped out overnight. Bang! Hua Xiaoheng punched the desk and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. There's no need to go to the United States. Go straight to South America. He wanted to see what He Zhichu was up to. According to their investigation, the He family had risen to power in Colombia 7 years ago and controlled many political forces and gangs in South America. They were known as the underground godfather of South America. In a short 7 years, the He family suddenly rose to power. The presidents of South American countries took turns to take office, but they all had to respect the He family. But 7 years later, He Zhichu actually handed over all of his power without hesitation. What was he thinking? What was he trying to do? With these questions in mind, Hu Xiaoheng took his private plane from the imperial capital to the capital of Cuba, Havana. During the nearly 20-hour flight, he only slept on the plane. By the time he got off the plane, he had completely recovered. His expression was calm and composed. When he shook hands with the Cuban officials who came to greet him, he was still able to maintain his poise and chat with the Cuban diplomats who came to greet him. This time, Hu Xiaoheng came to Cuba in the name of an official visit. They had a good relationship with Cuba anyway, so there were many opportunities for military cooperation. Hu Xiaoheng was visiting as the Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council to inspect the military cooperation between the two countries, so it was reasonable. The CIA in the United States was also paying attention to Hu Xiaoheng's visit, but they didn't have many people in Cuba, so they couldn't keep an eye on him. Therefore, without them noticing, Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi had already changed their clothes and left the capital of Cuba, Havana. They went directly to He Zhichu's hometown, the small town of Uyuni in the southwest of Bolivia, South America. Although the He family was famous in Colombia, their hometown was not in Colombia, but in Bolivia. The small town of Uyuni in Bolivia was located in the plateau of the Andes, between 3,600 and 3,700 meters above sea level. This small town had a world-famous scenic spot, the salt marsh of Uyuni, also known as the Mirror of the Sky. Every year from December to March, the clear water of the Leipes River would flow into the white salt marsh outside the small town of Uyuni, forming a shallow glass-like lake. The entire shallow salt marsh lake covered an area of more than 9,000 square kilometers. When the sun shone, the surface of the shallow lake became a huge mirror. The blue sky, white clouds, and the morning light and sunset glow could all be clearly reflected in the shallow salt marsh lake. Because the area was wide, the surface was smooth and flat, and it was in a plateau area, the reflectivity of the surface was very high. The sky and clouds were reflected in the shallow salt marsh lake. When one was in it, the blue sky and white clouds were above their heads, and the lake and mountains were also under their feet. The lake and mountains were like a mirror, so the scenery here was called the Mirror of the Sky. Because the reflectivity of the surface here was extremely high, it was the most ideal place to test and calibrate Earth's remote sensing satellites. When Hu Xiaoheng and the others arrived, it was August. August was summer in the northern hemisphere, and winter in the southern hemisphere. It was also the dry season for the salt marsh of Uyuni. Therefore, when they drove into the small town of Uyuni and passed by the famous Mirror of the Sky, they only saw a vast expanse of salt marsh. There was no sign of the lake at all. The person who guided them was the team leader of the Special Operations Forces field personnel in South America. His surname was Chui, and he was young. They all called him Little Chui. Little Chui drove the off-road vehicle and was carrying Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi. He was very excited. Major General Hu, are you feeling unwell? This is a plateau. If you have altitude sickness, I have acetazolamide here. It can help you breathe. Sildenafil can relieve pulmonary edema. There's also dexamethasone, which can relieve cerebral edema. Do you want to take some? Yin Shixiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, found it funny. He said, Major General Hu's body needs these things. Little Chui, you carry a lot of pills with you, don't you? Little Chui didn't mind at all. He smiled and said, I can't help it. I grew up in the southern plains. Altitude sickness is more serious, so I carry more medicine with me. Zhao Liangzi couldn't bear it and said, since you're not used to this place, you should apply for a transfer back or somewhere else. Little Chui quickly shook his head and said, no need, no need. I'm a soldier. I'll go wherever I'm needed. As for these difficulties, it's a piece of cake. I can overcome them. Besides, I've been here for several years. No one is more familiar with the geographical environment and customs here than I am. This was today's second monthly vote of 5,000 advance updates, Chapter 1448, The Secret Buried by Time, 6. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1460. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the scenery of the Andes Mountains outside the car window and thought to himself, it seems that they have to add an environmental adaptation test to the selection process for field personnel. He had to get to the high mountains to know about altitude sickness. A healthy, strong man was sometimes more likely to have altitude sickness than a thin and weak woman. However, he didn't say anything. He was silent the entire way as he followed little Chui into the town of Yuni. This place was very rich in natural resources. In addition to the salt mines contained in the world's largest natural salt marsh, there were also rich lithium mines under the salt mines. It was said that the lithium mines here accounted for more than half of the world's lithium mines. Little Chui introduced them with familiarity. Although this is a small country, they pay great attention to protecting their natural resources. You know about lithium mines, right? They are the main component of cell phone batteries. In recent years, lithium mines have suddenly become a hot commodity, but the president here doesn't want to be preemptively developed. But how can they resist the demands of the princes in the Middle East and the big countries in Europe and the United States? It was the He family who appeared out of nowhere and supported the local government from behind. That's why they were able to carry out small-scale lithium mines according to their own schedule. Therefore, the main industries here are still tourism and the salt industry. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly moved. He thought to himself that the He family had some foresight. The group of people sat in the off-road vehicle and stopped in front of a pure white hotel. This was the most famous white sand hotel in Yuni town. It was built entirely with white salt from the Yuni salt marsh outside the town. Before they came, little Chui had booked a room for them here. They went in and chatted with the tanned Highland girl at the front desk of the hotel. Little Chui got the key card and led them upstairs to their rooms. After settling down, the four of them pretended to be tourists. They carried their backpacks, wore black sunglasses, and khaki fishermen's hats, and walked out of the White Sand Hotel's main entrance. They had just arrived, so of course they had to pretend to be tourists and visit everywhere. Hu Xiaoheng and the others had been paying attention to this small town for a long time, but they only found out 2 years ago that this was He Zhichu's hometown. The residents of the small town were simple, warm, and very talkative. They still remembered the He family situation and praised them. They spoke a local dialect, but they also spoke Spanish. Little Chui had been stationed in South America all year round and spoke fluent Spanish, so he translated for them. Hu Xiaoheng actually spoke Spanish as well, but at this time, he only pretended not to understand, just like a standard tourist from Asia. An Indian girl with a long braid was peddling her homemade salted fish in front of her house. Her big eyes sparkled as she said with a smile, "You're asking about the He family. They're very lucky. Good luck." Yeah. The He family used to live on the east side of the town. There were only a few families there. They weren't in good health and often got sick. I heard from my grandmother that they moved here from another place. The old grandmother, who was wearing a flowery headscarf, sold them the small animal she had made and said, "The He family. I know them, but they've all passed away." As he said that, he pouted his lips in a certain direction. "They're all dead?" Xiao Chui asked in surprise. "No way, oh, they're not all dead." The old grandmother said nonchalantly, "There's a family. I think there's a family with the surname He. They moved away 13 years ago. Later, when the son of that family heard that he had made a fortune outside, he sent people back to renovate their family cemetery." Hu Xiaoheng and the others looked at each other and asked for the exact time. The old grandmother couldn't remember clearly anymore. He could only continue to wander around the town and ask around. In order not to arouse the vigilance and attention of others, they didn't ask about the He family every day. Instead, he would follow other tourists around and accidentally meet a local and ask him a question. Over the next few days, they quietly visited the entire town. They chatted with the sheriff and the mayor, had dinner, and collected a lot of information about the He family. It was similar to the information they had collected before. At night, the four of them gathered in Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang's room to summarize their findings over the past few days. From the information from the police station here, the He family came here from abroad decades ago and settled down. There weren't many of them, only 3 families. Zhao Liangzi first told them about the information he had found on the police station's computer. But they all use Spanish names here. Other than the surname, it's difficult to match the first name. Yin Shixiang also said, what's certain is that the He family who moved here were in a very ordinary financial situation. They weren't rich. The men in the He family all had genetic diseases, and most of them died before they were 30 years old. The last family with the surname he left here 13 years ago. It said that they went to Colombia. Little Chui added, I think the family that moved away was He Zhichu and his father. According to the neighbors here, it was Mr. He who said he wanted to treat his son's illness. Unexpectedly, he died at a young age like the other He family members. Then, the family left and never came back. It wasn't until 7 years ago that a convoy suddenly came and built a luxurious cemetery for the He family here. They also built an ancestral hall and hired locals to offer sacrifices on time every year. Only then did the people here know that the He family who moved away 13 years ago had made a fortune. Little Chui looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, Professor He and the others left here 13 years ago. 7 years ago, they made a fortune and returned home in glory. So it took them 6 years to become the underground godfathers of South America. Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly and rested his chin on his hand. He said lightly, the family that left here 13 years ago was said to be 3 people. Mr. He's son, and a nanny who raised him since he was young. He looked up at the window. Where is He Zhichu's father? And where is his nanny? Yin Shixiang was puzzled. Are you so sure that the He family who moved away from here is Professor He's family? Other than them, who else is there? Zhao Liangzi asked in return. The other He family members all died of illness. Only the family that moved out survived, and they even came back to build the cemetery. That's true. The people in the town say that the underground godfather of all of South America is from Uni Town. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi argued with each other, but neither of them could convince the other. Hua Xiaoheng knocked them on the head and said, stop arguing. The investigation is almost done. We'll go to the cemetery tomorrow to take a look. Early the next morning, Little Chui took them to the cemetery in Uni Town. In the middle of the cemetery, there was a white salt path that divided the entire cemetery in 2. The left side of the path was the best place there. It was backed by a mountain and faced a lake. 7 or 8 snow-white tombstones stood quietly under the blue sky at the top of the mountains. The highland wind blew from afar, carrying with it the sound of the wind, like the whimpers of the dead. There were more and more tombstones on the right side, but they were uneven in size and crooked. They could not be compared to the 7 or 8 tombstones on the left side of the cemetery. An old woman wearing a gorgeous highland dress and a headscarf stood in front of a tombstone, covering her face and crying. Little Chui pointed at the cemetery on the left and said in a low voice. This is the cemetery of the He family. 7 years ago, Professor He's family sent people back to their hometown to worship their ancestors and rebuilt the cemetery here. No wonder the cemetery here is so new, Yin Shixiang whispered. He put his palms together and bowed in front of the grave. The tombstone in front of the old woman was newer, as if it had just been erected there. Because the people here did not understand Chinese, when Hu Xiaoheng and the others spoke in Chinese, they did not lower their voices. The old woman who was crying in front of the tombstone heard them. She paused and turned to look at them. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. They had walked almost the entire town over the past few days, but they had not seen this old woman. This old woman was obviously Chinese. Hu Xiaoheng deliberately greeted her in Chinese, "Hello, are you also a tourist?" The old woman wiped her hands on her skirt and shook her head. She said stiffly, "No." With that, she left the cemetery and headed for the town. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her back and gave little Cui a look. Little Cui understood and pretended to enjoy the scenery as he followed. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzhou wandered around the cemetery for a while. They took photos of every tombstone and planned to take them back to study. Little Cui followed them and returned not long after. He panted and said excitedly to Hu Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua. This old woman just returned to town yesterday. Guess who she is?" Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced and he blurted out, "He Zhichu's nanny." Little Cui. "Major General Hua, you're so amazing." He gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Hu Xiaoheng's heart jumped with excitement. How did she come back? Where did she come from? Little Cui led them as he said, "I just asked the old woman's neighbors. They said that a luxury car sent her back yesterday, and a truck brought 2 coffins. They had just been buried. The other party was very respectful to her and let her stay in the He family's best house. There were also doctors and nurses who came to check on her." "Was it arranged by Professor He?" Yin Shixiang asked quietly. "No." Little Cui shook his head. "I asked. The person who sent her back was the big local family in Colombia, the big family that the He family transferred all their property and power to." Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and suddenly had a bad feeling. He had originally thought that he could wait here for the rabbit. In the end, He Zhichu had never thought of returning to his hometown. He had even arranged for his nanny. It was obvious that he was really going to live in seclusion. The world was so big. Where were they going to find him? Hu Xiaoheng had a headache. "Major General Hua. Let's go." Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and went to find the old woman first. They arrived in front of the He family's mansion. It was also built 7 years ago. It was a typical Spanish-style building. The old woman in colorful clothes sat beside the fountain in the middle of the courtyard and stared blankly at the sculpture in the fountain. It was a naked little boy with wings on his back. Hu Xiaoheng gently knocked on the iron door that was half the height of a person. The old woman turned her head and saw them. Perhaps it was because they were all Chinese, she asked very gently, "What can I do for you?" Hu Xiaoheng took out a photo of He Zhichu that he had taken in the past and said, "We're looking for this person. Do you know him? Who are you looking for?" The old woman looked at him curiously. Her gaze moved to the photo in Hu Xiaoheng's hand and she suddenly froze. Tears suddenly welled up in her cloudy eyes as she took the photo from Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Trembling, she cried and laughed at the same time. "This is my young master, my little Ah Chu. Why do you have his photo?" "We're his friends," Hu Xiaoheng said patiently. "But he suddenly disappeared, so we're looking for him." "Disappeared?" The old woman frowned. "What do you mean by disappeared?" "He suddenly said that he was going to leave and wouldn't come back. We couldn't contact him anymore. We were worried that something had happened to him, so we came to his hometown to take a look." As they spoke, a woman dressed as a nurse walked out of the mansion and said to the old woman, "Great aunt, are you tired? Do you want to go in and rest?" "Great aunt?" Hu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. "May I ask if you're He Zhichu's great aunt? Why have we never heard of him having a great aunt?" Didn't the people in town say that she was a nanny? How did she become a great aunt? The old woman wiped her tears with her hand and waved at the nurse. I'm not tired. You can go back first. The nurse nodded and politely greeted Hu Xiaoheng and the others before packing up the medicine box and leaving. After she left, the old woman stood up and said, You're right. I'm not He Zhichu's great aunt. I'm actually his nanny. Then why did those people say that I was his great aunt? The old woman smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't know how to say it. She caressed the photo of He Zhichu that Hu Xiaoheng had given her and said, Follow me. She seemed to have a lot on her mind that she wanted to tell someone. She brought Hu Xiaoheng and the others to the cemetery where they had just left. The old woman pointed to a relatively small tombstone and said, I don't know who this He Zhichu you're looking for is. I only know that my young master, my Ah Chu, died 13 years ago. He died in my arms. What? Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi cried out in unison. A gust of wind blew from the top of the mountain, and the cemetery was cold. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. He Zhichu, who had just argued in Hu Xiaoheng's office a few days ago, was now hearing from this old woman that he had died 13 years ago. Then who was the He Zhichu who had appeared by Gu Nianji's side 2 years ago? Are you sure you're not mistaken? We just saw him a few days ago. Hu Xiaoheng saw that the old woman was old and didn't really trust her memory. What if she had Alzheimer's? Yes, I showed you the video of him. It was taken a few days ago, and he was even throwing a tantrum. As Zhao Liangzi spoke, he showed the old woman the surveillance footage of He Zhichu that he had downloaded to his phone. The old woman only glanced at it before wrapping the shawl embroidered with a flamingo tightly around her body. She said dryly, I know this person exists. I even went to look for him. Hu Xiaoheng remained calm. Really? May I ask where you've been living all these years? Haven't you been with him? No. The old woman shook her head and said tiredly, We left here to seek medical attention, but before we could find anyone, Mr. He passed away. Later, the young master also passed away. I had no money, so I couldn't send them back for burial. I kept working outside, trying to save enough money to send their coffins back to the Huaxia Empire. Until last year, I saw a person on TV who looked exactly like my young master. His name was also He Zhichu. If her young master hadn't passed away at the age of 16, he would have definitely grown up to look like He Zhichu. There was only one chapter today. It was 4,000 words long. Chapter 1449, The Secret Buried by Time, 7, P.S. This great aunt came out before. Do you still remember? Chapter 1461. Didn't you want to bring their coffins back to the Huaxia Empire? Why are you back here? Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the obviously new tombstone in front of him. The name engraved on it was in Spanish, so he couldn't tell who it was. The old woman took a handkerchief and wiped the tombstone in front of her reluctantly. She whispered, That gentleman left. He asked someone to send me back. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. His eyes darkened as he looked at the new grave in front of him, as if he couldn't wait to see through it. Yin Shixiang whispered to Zhao Liangzi, Professor, he must have predicted that we would definitely come to his hometown to wait for him, so he simply sent this person back, right? Is this how he told us his true background? Zhao Liangzi took out his phone and sent a text message to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at it and didn't comment. He tapped his finger on the tombstone twice and turned to look at the old woman. Are you willing to return to the Huaxia Empire? If you are, I can bring you and their coffins back to the Huaxia Empire for burial. Ha! Really? You're from the Huaxia Empire? The old woman was surprised and delighted. She looked up at him eagerly. I want to go back to the northeast. That's our real hometown, no problem. Hua Xiaoheng remembered Gu Nianji's grandfather, Gu Hao's suicide note, and his eyes darkened. He pointed at the tombstones in the cemetery and said, they all came from the northeast. Yes, it's been many years. After the war ended, we lived here. The old woman sighed. I heard that our country is very powerful now. The old Chinese who had left their homeland for decades were like duckweed. Their greatest wish was to return to their roots. No matter how much turmoil their homeland had experienced and how much mud they had walked through, it always had an unusual attraction to the Huaxia Empire. No matter how far they went, they wanted to come back in the end. Since Hua Xiaoheng had agreed to take them back, he naturally had the ability to do so. The old woman didn't refuse, nor did she think about whether Hua Xiaoheng was a liar. After all, she was almost 70 years old and had nothing. She only guarded this cemetery. What could she have to be cheated of? She only wanted to return to the Huaxia Empire. If Hua Xiaoheng could fulfill her last wish, so what if she was cheated by him? The old woman didn't know Hua Xiaoheng's identity and status at all. She only felt that he was a very capable and reliable person. Under Hua Xiaoheng's instructions, all the remains of the He family in the cemetery were quickly extracted from the ground, placed in small coffins, and transported to the airport at the foot of the mountain. The old woman pointed at the two new coffins she had just brought back and said, "This is Mr. He and this is the young master." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched. Who? Who is young master? Ah Chu. My Ah Chu, He Ji Chu, the old woman said stubbornly as she slowly stroked the new cherrywood coffin with her hand. Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and little Cui looked at each other. None of them believed the old woman's words. Although the coffin was new, the two skeletons inside were already skeletons. They had been dead for at least 10 years. This person was He Ji Chu. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and directed them to board the plane. This time, he had mobilized a transport plane to transport the remains of the He family cemetery. Little Cui ran back and forth to help. In the end, when he saw the plane fly into the clouds, his eyes were still red, and he waved his hands in the airport for a long time. Sitting in his private plane, Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang sat opposite him. The old woman insisted on staying with the He family's remains. They couldn't dissuade her, so they let her sit on the transport plane. Therefore, only Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze were in the private plane. Zhao Liangze looked at the old woman's oral notes that he had recorded and whispered to Yin Shixiang. According to this nanny, He Ji Chu left this place at the age of 16. How did he finish college, law school, and become a full-time professor at Harvard Law School in 7 years? Yin Shixiang, only Nianji can achieve this speed, right? The underachiever said sourly, expressing that he didn't understand the world of the top students. Zhao Liangze shook his head. It's not just a matter of education. Professor He's demeanor and habits really don't look like a teenager who has lived in a small town in South America for 16 years. The two planes flew for another 30 hours and finally returned to Terminal T3 of the Huaxia Imperial Capital International Airport from Bolivia in South America. In 2 days and 1 night, they had returned from winter to summer. The old woman got off the plane and looked at the ultramodern new airport. Countless large planes were lined up neatly on the tarmac. In the distance, the lanterns were lit, and the lights were like practice, decorating the entire city with brilliant colors. Compared to the devastated country they had left decades ago, this scene was like a lifetime ago. The old woman covered her mouth with her hand and sobbed, "I'm back. I brought you back." With that, her body tilted and she fell to the ground. "Call an ambulance." Hua Xiaoheng walked over quickly. Yin Shixiang had already squatted down to check the old woman's breathing. He then opened her eyes and face to take a look. His heart suddenly felt suffocated. Major General Hua, she's already gone. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the old woman and silently took off his military cap. He observed a 5-minute silence, then ordered her body to be frozen and sent back to the northeast for burial. He returned to the Special Operations Forces with 7 or 8 small coffins. Hua Xiaoheng handed them to Chen Lai, as well as a few strands of hair found in He Zhichu's suite in the B University Professor's building. Test the DNA. These people had been dead for a long time, but the DNA in the bone grafts and teeth could be extracted. Chen Lai was experienced and knowledgeable. He did not ask further about Hua Xiaoheng's request. He immediately went into the laboratory to extract the DNA and prepare for sequencing. 8 hours later, his sequencing was completed. The results shocked him. Major General Hua. Come quickly. Chen Lai hurriedly called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng rushed over immediately. He asked Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi to stand guard at the door while he talked to him in Chen Lai's office. What's the result? Hua Xiaoheng asked in a deep voice. Chen Lai showed him the DNA sequencing results and rubbed his hands. These people are all relatives. There's no doubt about that. The 2 skeletons you asked me to focus on. He pointed at the 2 small coffins that the old woman had brought back to Uni Town. They're father and son. Hua Xiaoheng nodded with a calm expression. What else? He Zhichu's hair I gave you. This is the most amazing discovery. Chen Lai knocked on the writing board in the office with the pointer he used to teach. He said excitedly, He Zhichu's DNA is exactly the same as this 16-year-old boy's. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly looked up. Really? Exactly the same. How similar are they? Just like identical twins. Chen Lai laughed. They're even more similar than identical twins. It's like 2 backup files. One is a copy of the other. Identical twins might have different DNA nodes, but there was no difference between He Zhichu and the boy who died at the age of 16. It could be said that if the 16-year-old He Zhichu grew up, he would look like the professor they were familiar with. However, this professor he and the boy who died at the age of 16 were clearly 2 different people. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. He muttered in Chen Lai's office, He Zhichu's nanny said that Mr. He only had 1 son and no twins. That's strange. Chen Lai spread his hands. It can't be human cloning, because no country has such technology. To be honest, whoever has such technology can go to heaven. A few years ago, a certain country cloned a sheep. It was a short-lived sheep with all kinds of genetic defects. The human cloning process is even more complicated. Under current conditions, it's completely impossible to clone a healthy, normal, and intelligent person like Professor He. In a sense, genetic technology was more difficult to develop than advanced weapons. Even geniuses can't do it. Hua Xiaoheng thought of Gu Xiangwen. He remembered this amazing person's resume. Nianji's father started his MD plus PhD at the age of 16. Others would take 8 years to complete, but he finished it in 3. After that, he worked as a resident doctor for 2 years and became interested in physics. At the age of 20, he applied for a PhD in physics from MIT, which was ranked number 1. He graduated in only 3 years. After his PhD in physics, he went to pursue a PhD in biology. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Chen Lai. Look, Gu Xiangwen's last degree was a PhD in biology. Could it be related to genetic technology? Chen Lai thought for a moment and shook his head. That's unlikely. I've also studied the academic papers that Gu Xiangwen published. In terms of biology, his research isn't in the direction of cloning, so I don't think he can clone a healthy and normal person. Besides, if he could, he wouldn't be helpless about his daughter's illness. Chen Lai pointed out another piece of evidence. Do you still remember his last words? His greatest regret before he died was that he didn't cure his daughter's genetic disease. That was another suspicious point. He Jichu's line of communication was completely cut off, and there was still no news of Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen's heaven-defying technology didn't include the genetic level, so where was his breakthrough point? Hu Xiaoheng walked around the room a few times. The text message He Jichu sent him before he disappeared kept echoing in his mind. Avenge little Nianji. Kill Gu Yanran. One life for one life. Gradually, the suspicion in his heart pointed to one person. He turned around and said, "Seal all your sequencing results and list them as top secret materials. I'll go find the truth." Hu Xiaoheng brought in Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi to the place where Gu Yanran was being held. This was the territory of the Special Operations Forces, and the security here was even stronger than that of a local prison. They walked in the deep corridor. The building here was like a fortress, and there were no windows at all. Normally, there was still time to relax in a prison, but being locked up here, one could only see the ceiling of the cell. The prisoners locked up here couldn't go online or make phone calls. At most, they could only watch newspapers and television. If Gu Yanran was the one who led Gu Nianji's disappearance and kidnapping, how could she send the news to the outside world? It was obviously impossible. He Jichu must have meant something else when he said, "If you want to avenge little Nianji, kill Gu Yanran. One life for one life." Hu Xiaoheng fell into deep thought again. Yin Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi were extremely nervous. The results of the He family's DNA sequencing were too unbelievable. Both of them hadn't recovered yet. If it wasn't a clone, then what was it? Hu Xiaoheng was also wondering if he was searching in the wrong direction. Didn't those people kidnap Gu Nianji because of her special constitution? But what did the text message he received on Director Chen's phone mean? Could it be that the person who sent the text message to Director Chen wasn't in cahoots with the people who kidnapped Gu Nianji? After seeing Gu Yanran, their chaotic emotions gradually calmed down. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm as he strode in. Gu Yanran was the only one sitting in the small square room. The last time, it was also here that Hu Xiaoheng had brought Gu Nianji here to meet Gu Yanran. It had only been less than a month. Gu Yanran was still wearing the gray prison uniform, and she looked even more haggard than the last time. She was originally elegant and graceful, but now, all of that had disappeared. She was so thin that she was only bones. Her face was devoid of flesh, making her cheekbones look especially high. Her lips were especially thin, and her face looked even more mean. "Ha! Hu Xiao, it's only been less than a month. Why are you here again? Where's Nianji? Didn't she come with you?" Gu Yanran glanced behind Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng walked in front of her and stood still with his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless. "Gu Yanran, I'll ask you one last time. What else are you hiding from us? This time, I don't have the patience to wait for you to continue thinking. If you still don't tell me, I won't be polite." Gu Yanran sat on the chair and narrowed her eyes at Hu Xiaoheng. "What else is there to hide? What do you mean?" Hu Xiaoheng took 2 steps forward and pulled out his gun. He pressed it against Gu Yanran's chin and raised her head. He said calmly, "That's what I mean. What did you do to Nianji? Hurry up and confess. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell." His tone was flat, but his tone made people shudder. He hadn't tortured her in the past because torture was useless in the case of Gu Xiangwen. None of them had seen Gu Xiangwen before. Even if she made up a story, they wouldn't be able to verify the truth. But Gu Nianji was different. All of them were familiar with Gu Nianji. If Gu Yanran made up a story, they would immediately be able to tell the truth and make her reincarnate. Although Gu Yanran tried her best to hold it in, she still shivered at Hu Xiaoheng's tone. The fear in her eyes was difficult to suppress. What? What did you say? I don't understand. You really don't understand. Hu Xiaoheng pressed the gun against Gu Yanran's chin even tighter. His eyes were deep, and his straight nose left a clear shadow on his face. Tell me, what did you do to Nianji? Gu Yanran frowned slightly. What can I do to her? I'm locked up here. I can't even make a phone call or go online. What can I do to her? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and her entire body lit up. Holding Hu Xiaoheng's wrist, Gu Yanran asked anxiously, did something happen to Gu Nianji? Did something happen to that fake? Fake? Hu Xiaoheng's sharp eyes swept over. You're saying Nianji is a fake? You're really crazy. Did you forget the lawsuit in court? Do you still think you're the daughter of the Gu family? There was only one chapter today. 4,100 words. Chapter 1450, The Secret Buried by Time. 8. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1462. Gu Yanran completely ignored Hu Xiaoheng's sarcasm. She only grabbed his wrist and asked stubbornly, did something happen to that fake? Her eyes were shining, as if all her wishes in this life had been fulfilled. It was as if she really knew something that no one else knew. Although he was unwilling, Hu Xiaoheng still hid the surprise in his heart. He pulled his wrist out of Gu Yanran's hand and took a step back without batting an eyelid. If you know where she is, I'll consider letting you go. Hu Xiaoheng had never said something like that in his career. In order to find Gu Nianji's whereabouts, he was even willing to give Gu Yanran a big cake. Gu Yanran understood Hu Xiaoheng's words and froze for a moment before leaning back in her seat. Looking up at the ceiling, her eyes were shining as tears quietly welled up. After a while, she confirmed again, what happened to Gu Nianji? Tell me honestly, and I'll tell you everything I know. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He said calmly. Nianji is missing. We have no clues. His tone was too calm, as if Gu Nianji's disappearance was not a big deal. Ha! Only missing. His tone also affected Gu Yanran's feelings, and her shining eyes instantly dimmed. Gu Yanran was extremely disappointed. She slowly stood up and said coldly, I said before, I'm only keeping one breath to see the end of this B*TCH fake. Since her end hasn't arrived yet, I have no comment. She then turned to leave. However, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly reached out and grabbed her neck from behind. You want to leave? Do you think I have that much patience? At this point, Hu Xiaoheng's patience with Gu Yanran was completely exhausted. In the beginning, he kept her alive to investigate Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. Now that Gu Xiangwen had been found, Gu Nianji had already asked all the questions she wanted to ask. She was already worthless and could have died a long time ago. However, after their last interrogation, both Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had been busy with work, so they didn't have time to deal with Gu Yanran. Now that Gu Nianji was also missing, Hu Xiaoheng really didn't want to tolerate this person anymore. Hu Xiaoheng tightened his grip, and Gu Yanran couldn't speak. Waving her hands behind her, she tried to grab the back of Hu Xiaoheng's hand to make him let go. However, Hu Xiaoheng had already steeled his heart. He roared, "Take her away!" Gu Yanran was quickly blindfolded and taken out of the place where she was being held. She didn't know how long she had been walking. She only remembered getting on the car, getting off the car, getting on the boat, getting off the boat, feeling the turbulence of the water, and smelling the faint salty smell of fish in the wind. Based on her intuition, she guessed that she had reached the sea. She followed them all the way until they finally entered a room, where her blindfold was taken off. The place was clean and tidy, surrounded by pure white walls that were as bright as a big screen. Gu Yanran was secured to a high-tech chair, and her hands and feet were shackled. A person in a white shirt and mask walked in and connected the electrodes on the chair to Gu Yanran's brain, face, and spine. Hu Xiaoheng stood behind the man and said expressionlessly, "This is the last time. Are you going to tell me or not? So what if I tell you? So what if I don't tell you? I'll say it again. Do you want to hear me make up a story?" Gu Yanran giggled and even winked at Hu Xiaoheng. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng was a regular soldier of the Huaxia Empire. He had a high position and a good character. He would never do anything to her. She could even survive the lie detector, so what was this? Did he think she was scared? A hint of disdain flashed across Gu Yanran's eyes. Hu Xiaoheng didn't miss the flash of contempt in her eyes. "You think I won't do anything to you?" Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his wrist and said calmly. "Do you know where this place is?" Gu Yanran looked around and smiled charmingly. "It's your place anyway. What does it matter if I know or not?" "You're wrong. This isn't our place." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and put his hands behind his back. His figure was straight, and just looking at his back was pleasing to the eye. This is a small island on the high seas. It was also a secret base of the Special Operations Forces. Some things that weren't suitable to be done within the country's borders would be done here. Gu Yanran was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. She knew that she couldn't escape death, but she didn't care at all. She was fantasizing about Hu Xiaoheng's back in her mind and didn't listen to Hu Xiaoheng's words at all. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly turned around, and Gu Yanran was shocked. She averted her slightly covetous gaze. Holding back the disgust in his heart, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "Do you know how many kinds of pain there are? How many levels?" Gu Yanran shook her head blankly. She didn't understand why Hu Xiaoheng would ask this. It said that the pain of giving birth is the most unbearable of all pain. Hu Xiaoheng quietly walked to a place near the door. "Actually, that's not right. Everyone has different tolerance for different kinds of pain, so the pain they feel is also different." He turned off the ceiling light in the pure white room. "Now let's see which kind of pain is the most unbearable for you." Gu Yanran finally understood and looked at Hu Xiaoheng in disbelief. "You want to torture me? Don't forget, you're a Huaxia soldier. How can you torture me? Your organization won't let you off." Major General Huo looked down and said calmly, "First of all, I'm a Huaxia soldier. I won't do this to my own countrymen. But you, Gu Yanran, are not a Huaxia citizen, and you're not a descendant of Huaxia. Why should I obey the law to you? Second, this is international waters. Huaxia laws can't control this place." Gu Yanran's expression gradually darkened. She snorted. "What are you trying to do? It's just torture. Why did you turn off the lights? Could it be that you are plotting against me?" She smiled again. "Major General Hua, you don't have to force yourself on me. I'll definitely lie down obediently and not resist. I'll make you feel like hell." She thought Hu Xiaoheng was going to force himself on her. Most female prisoners wouldn't be able to escape this fate if they fell into the hands of the enemy. Hu Xiaoheng was still calm and steady. He didn't answer her at all and said, "Let me introduce you to the pain you'll have to endure later." The man dressed in white and wearing a mask came over again. He used two small instruments to prop up her eyelids and stuffed her mouth with them. This way, she wouldn't be able to close her eyes or bite her tongue. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand. The four walls of the room, the ceiling above her head, and the floor immediately began to play video clips. Hu Xiaoheng's voice sounded like the voiceover of the video. Skinning, chopping at the waist, splitting the car, 5 punishments, death by 1,000 cuts, beheading, cooking. These are known as the top 10 tortures of ancient times. Enjoy it well. Later, try it yourself. Thrilling scenes, accompanied by horrifying music and screams, were projected from the big screens on the walls, ceilings, and floors. Gu Yanran only took one look and was so scared that her entire body trembled, and her face turned pale. She didn't want to see it, but her eyes were propped up and couldn't close them at all. She turned her head, but the walls around her were all showing the same scenes. She looked up and down. The ceiling above her head and the floor beneath her feet were all playing the same scenes. The shock of torture was everywhere. This kind of psychological attack was sometimes even more effective than direct torture. Gu Yanran finally burst into tears. She cursed with her mouth stuffed, "Hu Shaoheng, you're so despicable. Do you think you can make me speak like this? Dream on. If you have the ability, then really dismember me." She cried for a while and thought it through. As expected, Hu Shaoheng didn't dare to really torture her. He only dared to use these fake scenes to scare her. Her crying gradually stopped, and she stared at Hu Shaoheng. Hu Shaoheng stood quietly at the door and waited for the scenes of torture to end before saying, "The original intention of these tortures is to make people feel unbearable pain. With the current technology, there's no need for such primitive methods to make you feel such pain." Hu Shaoheng raised a hand again. "Since you're so stubborn, there's nothing I can do. Let's start with the first one, the pain of skinning." Gu Yanran looked at Hu Shaoheng in confusion. She didn't know what he meant. But she soon understood. The electronic seat began to work. The electrode needles connected to her body went deep into her body and directly connected to her nerves. The electrode needles simulated the intensity of the torture of skinning and directly acted on Gu Yanran's nerves. Although she wasn't skinned and deboned, the pain of being skinned and deboned flashed through her entire body in an instant. Gu Yanran's entire body stiffened, and her eyeballs were about to pop out. She felt her entire body burning, as if her skin had really been peeled off. She could see the blood-red flesh, the pulsing blood vessels, and the snow-white bones. Gu Yanran let out an earth-shattering scream. Her entire body seemed like it had been fished out of the water, and even her outer clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Hu Shaoheng remained calm. "Continue, there are 9 more. Try them one by one. After you've tasted them, if you still don't speak, do it again. The intensity will gradually increase, and see how many you can endure." This kind of high-tech simulated torture intensity directly acted on the human's pain nerves, magnifying all kinds of pain several times. Hu Shaoheng's torture didn't show any wounds, so of course, it wouldn't make the other party lose a piece of flesh or bleed a drop of blood. There wouldn't even be any signs of it after the examination, but the effect was better than ancient torture. He walked out of the torture room and lit a cigarette. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi stood at the door and were making a bet. "I'll bet more than 5 minutes, but less than 10. The most powerful terrorist here back then lasted 10 minutes. She's pretty good at enduring." Before Yin Shixiang could finish speaking, Gu Yanran's hoarse voice came from the intercom at the door. "I'll speak. I'll speak. Kill me after I finish. I can't take it anymore." Her speech was muffled, but everyone heard what she said clearly. Zhao Liangzi looked down at the timer. 15 seconds. Pay up. Zhao Liangzi bet within a minute. Hu Shaoheng glanced at the two of them and turned to walk in. He pressed the pause button on the remote control in his hand and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He was calm and composed. "Okay, speak. If you lie, we'll continue." Gu Yanran looked up, panting. Her face was as white as a ghost. "Which Gu Nianji are you asking about?" Hu Shaoheng's heart sank, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. "Which Gu Nianji? What do you mean?" Gu Yanran's eyes flickered. Hu Xiaoheng immediately pressed the remote control in his hand. Another kind of more unbearable pain spread along the electrode needle in Gu Yanran's waist. This was the pain of being cut in half. Gu Yanran was defeated by the pain again, and her psychological defenses completely collapsed. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'll speak. I beg you, take this away, all. Hu Xiaoheng's finger landed on the pause button, but he didn't press it. He was as calm as a scientific explanation. His voice was slow. You speak, I'll listen. To tell the truth, I'll pause it. Continue to make up stories, and you'll continue to enjoy all kinds of pain until you find the most unbearable pain for you. Through her blurry tears, Gu Yanran looked at Hu Xiaoheng's face, which was even more handsome than before. She vaguely wondered if the devil's face was also like this. He looked incomparably handsome and suffocating, but the things he did were incomparably cruel. The pain in her body had reached an unbearable level. It was as if a rough hacksaw was sawing her nerves. The pain was extreme, and she finally understood what it meant to live a life worse than death. She only wanted to die quickly. She said intermittently, "The Caribbean, the blue hole." After saying a few more words, she tilted her head and fainted. The human body's self-protection mechanism against pain was activated. The electric chair had already delayed the time she fainted. Otherwise, she would have fainted the moment the pain of being skinned appeared. Hu Xiaoheng understood Gu Yanran's words, and his face instantly turned ashen. He pressed the pause button, turned around, and walked out of the torture chamber. Prepare the plane. We're going to the Caribbean blue hole. Not long after flying back from South America, Hu Xiaoheng's private plane took off again. This time, they didn't use Cuba. Instead, they directly contacted Barbados, which was near the Caribbean, and flew straight to the country's airport. To be on the safe side, Hu Xiaoheng brought in Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi, as well as Chen Lai and Song Jining. Song Jining didn't know until she got on Hu Xiaoheng's private plane that Gu Nianji had been kidnapped and had been missing for almost 2 weeks. The most precious time to rescue her had long passed. Song Jining was extremely anxious. She complained to Hu Xiaoheng repeatedly, "What's wrong with you? You can't even keep an eye on the person you love the most. Nianji likes you for nothing." Yin Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was really her biological mother. Nianji's biological mother. Hu Xiao must have given it to her for topping up her phone. The two of them quietly looked at Hu Xiaoheng's expression with sympathy. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Perhaps he was used to Song Jining's way of speaking, or perhaps he was blaming himself like this in his heart. However, his face didn't show anything. He was still calm and composed. With one hand on the armrest of the seat, he kept swiping his phone with the other. This was today's chapter of 4,100 words, chapter 1451, The Secret Buried by Time, 9. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.